to get to. Let's see what we can hash out before we're done with this. Joe Coy appeared on GMA 3 on Monday and addressed his performance as host of the 81st Golden Globes, which many deemed lackluster. He said, "It's a tough room." Said it's a hard job. I'm not going to lie. I'd be lying if I said that it doesn't hurt. He's referring to the criticism he received. He went off script at one point in his opening monologue and told the audience, "I got the gig 10 days ago. You want a perfect monologue? Yo, shut up. You're kidding me, right?"
Well, to your point, that's why he got the job 10 days ago, because no one wanted to touch it. It's volatile.
He also admitted that his Taylor Swift joke fell a little flat. The Bad Blood singer's response went viral as she took a sip from her drink with an unenthused look on her face.
Yeah, I feel like I can't say, because then like Taylor Swifties are going to be like mad at me. So,
I'm going to be mad at you.
Okay, I'm gonna say I'm not talking about Taylor Swift. I'm talking about somebody else.
Okay.
I feel like they don't have that great of a sense of humor.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
no, she's
Because it
great.
wasn't even a bad joke. I mean, it wasn't a bad joke. It wasn't a great joke. But
I think she does have a sense of humor. Her reaction was her sense of humor. She didn't find it funny, and that was. I mean, look, now it's gone viral.
yeah.
Coy added that he had an off night and that he wanted to give a little bit more, and he said, "I fell a little short," and that's all. So he feels kind of bad.
I like
He's
Joe
facing
Coy,
it head on.
and we were supposed to have him on. They asked for us to wait until after the Golden Globes because he had a lot on his plate.
Oh,
I don't think we're going to have him on. I don't think we're gonna have him.
Yeah, probably not for a while. We've had him on before, though.
Aaron Rodgers has responded to Jimmy Kimmel after the late-night host threatened legal action over the New York Jets quarterback's comments that appeared to imply that Kimmel's name might be linked to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Kimmel angrily denied it, and his name is not mentioned in any of the newly released documents related to Epstein. Rodgers addressed Kimmel's remarks on the Pat McAfee show, and he said he understands, quote, how serious an allegation of pedophilia would be for Jimmy to get upset at, but he denied his comments had gone that far. He said, "I'm not stupid enough to accuse you of that with absolutely zero evidence. I'm glad you're not on the list, because those who are on the list, and this is what I think we can agree on, that at minimum there should be an inquiry into their involvement, especially if they were on the island," he said. "And at a maximum, there should be an investigation." And he said, "I'm glad that Jimmy's not on the list. I really am." On Monday night, Kimmel had started his show by bringing up his recent dispute with Rodgers. He said, "I'm not on this list. I was never on a plane or on an island or anything ever. And I suggested if Aaron ever wanted to make false and damaging statements like that, we should do it in court so that he can share his proof with a judge." Kimmel also addressed critics who say that as a comedian on a late night show, he often pokes fun at other people.
Yeah.
And he said, as far as the, well, you guys say you say things about people all the time argument goes, he said, "Yes, I do. It's not the same. It's not even close to the same. We say a lot of things on the show, but we don't make up lies." He said that if he gets it wrong on the show, then he would apologize, and he encouraged Rodgers to do the same thing. And he said, if he does, you know what I'll do? I'll accept his apology and move on. But he probably won't do that. My guess is that he won't apologize. I hope I'm wrong. Rodgers did not apologize to Kimmel on Tuesday, by the way. So we'll see if this continues on.
Or this puts it to bed.
He said some pretty stupid stuff, so we'll see. Shanna Mokler is getting candid about co-parenting with her ex-husband, Travis Barker, and his new wife, Kourtney Kardashian. The former couple share 2 children together, 20-year-old Landon and 18-year-old Alabama. And on Wednesday's episode of the Dumb Blonde podcast, Mokler called the Kardashian-Jenner family, quote, disgusting.
Yeah.
And she said she removed herself so that they couldn't bond with my children over hating me. The wedding singer actor also accused Barker and Kardashian of parental alienation.
Well, Shannon Mokler's in The Wedding Singer?
I guess so. Probably a bit part.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah. When they first got together, explaining that the Blink-182 drummer wanted to be super dad and the best parent. And she had added, I can't buy you guys Prada every other week and stuff. I don't. I can't do it. My house isn't a mansion like Travis. I don't have a movie theater. I don't have golf carts for you kids to drive.
Steve, her role in Wedding Singer, flight attendant number 3.
There you go.
Yeah.
God, I'm surprised I forgot that role. It was amazing. Well, yeah, she is doing very well, Alabama, with her OnlyFans page, right? That's She just
Oh, yeah.
she just subsidized her breast implants, much to her father's chagrin.
Yeah. So we'll see where all that goes.
What's her?
to.
What's she doing on her page?
I'm sure she's going through the periodic table of elements. I'm sure.
That and macrame.
Yeah.
An actor named Aiden Canto. We've actually had him on our show before.
We have?
Yeah, the X-Men, the Mexican singer and actor best known for his roles in X-Men Days of Future Past. He played Sunspot.
I know who he is.
Yeah, we spoke to him. I remember that. He was the only person from that cast that we had a chance to chat with, so I remember it well. He was a nice guy. It was a small part in the movie. It
Yeah,
wasn't a
but
really
in
big
Designated
character.
Survivor, he was a more of a prominent role.
Correct.
That's where I knew him from.
Yeah, he was in also Agent Game, as Casey said, Designated Survivor, and he was most recently in the TV series The Cleaning Lady. He was 42 years old and he passed away. He died of appendecol. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
It's cancer of the appendix.
Yeah,
I
it's
assume. My
the
friend has
appendix.
that.
Yeah, cancer that had opted to keep his diagnosis private. Born in Mexico and raised in Texas, he began his career at 16. He left home for Mexico City to work as a singer-songwriter and then pursued acting. Made his TV debut in the 2009 Mexican series Estado de Garcia. His American debut came later on as Kevin Williamson. Steve, you used to watch this show on The Following.
Yes.
With Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
So he was on there too. And then he was vice president-elect Aaron Shore on Designated Survivor.
Talented actor.
He played on Narcos, and
So I was reading an article in the Daily Mail, Preston, that this kind of cancer, this cancer of the appendix, is on a bizarre rise, and so medical.
My childhood friend has it or had it, and I
are
actually
trying because it was really not really on the on the lookout for a list. I mean, it was anomalous more often than not, but now they're seeing a statistical rise in it, and they're trying to figure out why.
I think it's appendiceal cancer. He leaves behind a wife, Stephanie Ann Canto, and he had 2 kids, Roman Alder, who was 3, and Eve Josephine, who was only 18 months old.
Oh,
Did you
terrible.
Did you finish out Designated Survivor?
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple seasons that had their ups and downs, but
Right.
I thought it was a good show. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of death, Sinead O'Connor's cause of death has been disclosed 6 months after the Irish musician died at age 56. She was found unresponsive at her home in South London. She was pronounced dead at the scene. While no cause of death was given at the time, local police said that it was not being treated as suspicious. And on Tuesday, the coroner shared that she died of natural causes.
So again, like a heart attack? Do they specify or?
It just said natural causes.
All right, okay.
Yep. So in a statement,
Wow.
a spokesperson for the coroner said this is to confirm that Ms. O'Connor died of natural causes. The coroner has therefore ceased their involvement in her death.
They're suggesting she might have been hit by a meteor.
It's
wow.
either
But,
one.
meteors
or
are
the other.
natural.
She was buried in August. Ceremony was attended by Irish officials, family, friends, and her fellow musicians. U2's Bono, Bob Geldof, and Irish President Michael D. Higgins were among the guests, with a procession passing by her old home where thousands of fans lined the streets.
What a tormented life she had.
Oh, yeah.
Really bad. If when you realize what she went through and the molestation and all that stuff, rape. I mean, it was heavy duty.
Terrible. Yep. Let's see. How about some lighter things?
Please.
Martin Short addressed the rumors that he and his Only Murders in the Building co-star Meryl Streep are dating.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Fans began speculating that they were an item after seeing them together at the Golden Globes. His rep told people on Tuesday they're very good friends, nothing more. So.
Yeah. They've seen each other naked and they've rubbed each other. I will say this, though. She has a very interesting, her marriage. She and her husband are married, but really don't live together and aren't. You're right. I mean, so it's separate. They're living separate lives, Preston.
That's what they're doing. Speaking of Golden Globes and couples, after a clip of Selena Gomez gossiping with Taylor Swift at the Globes on Sunday went viral, rumors started spreading that it had something to do with Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner. You were talking about lip readers, right?
Now they have employed armies. We should get
here we go.
Let's see if we can get a lip readers, in here and see if they can determine what we're saying, because I wonder about the validity of this.
Sure.
Because deaf people who practice that are good at it.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering how. Because you're seeing someone from the side, and they're, now the articles pop up all the time. Lip readers have said they're saying this. I'm like, really? Can you really, if someone's kind of turned away or they're not fully face on, can you tell?
Right.
Because I always see when someone who knows sign language or is a lip reader, they need to be in front of you looking at you, right? Or am I? I don't know.
I have no idea. We could see if anybody listening happens to be in that. Is that a profession?
I would
by the
assume
way?
it's a skill that's part of like if you're teaching sign language or something like that. Perhaps they also know lip reading.
I think I would be good at lip reading.
All right, let's try it right now.
Really? Do you think so?
All right.
Well, what we can do to test you, Kathy, is we can just have some video clips of people, and we know what they're saying, and we could show you the video clip, and so you could determine what they're saying.
Yeah.
By the way, I know just by happenstance last night, I'm going to bet that Kathy can do this because last night I was watching the Daily Rush video where she identifies each of us by our smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nailed it. So I'm like, all right, maybe she's a superhero.
She's got some hidden secrets. She can tell a variety of bottled waters by their taste alone. So yeah, let's try and see if we can pull that off.
Yeah.
Test your and also see if anybody listening is good at that. Maybe we could have
We're talking mouth
test
lips.
you. Yes, mouth lips. Yes. So anyhow, back to this. So both the Wonka actor and the Same Old Love singer denied this. Chalamet told TMZ that things are all good between the three of them and denied any bad blood. Gomez commented on an Instagram post that said, I told Taylor about two of my friends who hooked up, not that that's anyone's business. That's what they were talking about.
Okay, all right.
That's what she says.
It's earth-shattering. How excited are you for the next Dune movie?
Oh, insanely stoked for that. And I especially can't wait for it to, I'll try to go see it in the theater, but once it hits home platforms, I'll be able to watch it over and over and over again.
I'm excited that they're letting Kylie Jenner be a part of the cast as Kylie Jenner, which I think is very exciting.
I know Tim Chalamet is kind of goofy, but I love that guy, man. Like,
I do too.
Every time I watch him or I see him on screen or whatever, it's something about Timothy Chalamet makes me smile. And he's fantastic in the Dune movies. But yeah, he seems like a really likable dude.
One thing I love, that there's one of his characters I love that he does in Don't Look Up. The very first line from him, he walks up to, and Jennifer Lawrence is working the counter, and he walks up in a goofy voice. He goes, I would like to buy these sunglasses.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a great open for a character, and he's good, man. All right, so I thought this was fun. Mark Hamill and Natalie Portman made acquaintance for the very first time at the Golden Globes on Sunday. Hamill shared a photo of them together on Monday, and he wrote, now I have finally met my mother, thanks to the Golden Globes. Because, of course, he played Luke in Star Wars, and she was Padme in the prequel trilogy and portrayed his mother.
That clip generated Uba.
Yeah, yes. And Hamill previously shared a photo as Padme in 2019, writing, fun fact, I have never met this woman. She played his mom. So they got a chance to meet.
By the way, concerning Natalie Portman, she was in an interview and described living in Paris with her kids, but did not mention her husband.
Okay.
Which made a lot of people think perhaps they have finally, over the holidays, fully split.
Oh, I kind of thought it was over anyway.
I mean, you're just wasting time now if you're hanging together.
Interesting, yeah.
Trust us, we know everything.
So, Oprah Winfrey addressed rumors that she and Taraji P. Henson are feuding after working together on The Color Purple. She told Entertainment Tonight, we, as producers, everybody gets their salary. Everybody is negotiated by your team. And so, whenever I heard that there was an issue or there was a problem, and there was a problem with the cars, a problem with the food, I would step in and do whatever I could to make it right, and I believe that she would even vouch for that and say that it is true. She said there is no validity to there being a thing between Taraji.
Has Taraji spoken up about this?
Not yet.
So there is a thing.
Oh, so we will
hate
see.
that bitch.
Adam Driver is ready to leave the Star Wars franchise behind him. The actor appeared on a recent episode of the Smartless podcast and said that the franchise is continuing without him. He said, they're doing stuff, but not with me. He said, I'm not doing any more, and Star Wars was way more exhausting for me. He said, I made it more exhausting than it should have been. I hadn't quite figured out the momentum of a set that was that big before. So no more Kylo Ren for him.
I wonder, over the course of the movie series, sometimes when you have different directors, it can be confusing to the actors. That's why you look at something like Harry Potter over the course of all those movies with a couple of different directors, how it stayed so consistent, because it's rare. I think it throws off people if they're in a long series and the directors are moving in and out with their visions.
Sure. I could see that. But I think he's just done with
He's tired
the
of it.
character. Yeah.
Stinks.
Yeah, so he thinks it stinks. Speaking of Star Wars, Baby Yoda is going to make his big screen debut. Jon Favreau is set to direct The Mandalorian, and Star Wars people, tell me if I'm pronouncing this correct or not.
Okay.
Nice one.
The Mandolin and the Grogu.
The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Mandalorian, I'm sorry. What?
So, yes.
The Grogu.
Grogu. You did
No,
just...
it's Grogu.
Grogu, not Gogru.
Yeah.
You're saying it
you
wrong.
said you
He's
said
saying it right.
Gogru.
Did I?
You said Gogru.
Did I?
Twice.
Oh,
yes.
my God.
It's Grogu.
How
so
could I?
Thank you. Which will go into production this year. Lucasfilm and Disney announced it on Tuesday. Though no release date was announced, it was welcome news to Star Wars fans who haven't had a new film since 2019's The Rise of Skywalker.
My issue with it is that, and I'm thrilled to hear he's coming back, because the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian I loved. But then when they realized the marketing capabilities of Grogu, they went bat-ass. And in the 3rd season, he was all over the place, because there was a really wonderful thing that was happening at the end of season 2. And then once they realized, wow, we can sell a lot of toys, they brought him back.
Who's Grogu?
He is, they call him Baby Yoda.
Oh, that's Baby Yoda.
Baby Yoda,
okay,
yeah.
all right. So Jon Favreau said, I've loved telling the stories set in the rich world that George Lucas created. The prospect of us bringing the Mandalorian and as apprentice Grogu to the big screen is extremely exciting. And there are several other Star Wars features that are in development. All right, and the last thing that I have for you, it's official. Actress Caitlin Dever is joining the 2nd season of HBO's The Last of Us. The No One Will Save You and Last Man Standing star has been cast in the role of Abby,
I love her.
a pivotal character in the PlayStation game upon which the post-apocalyptic drama series is based.
She's perfect. I would recommend, if you get a chance, to see No One Will Save You, Preston, on Hulu. I think I recommended it the day after I saw it. This is basically take the ending of Signs, and this is where this movie begins. It's the movie that I told you about that I was about 80% through, and I finally realized there hasn't really been any dialogue in this movie. And she's terrific.
Oh, she's in it?
She is the star.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So the character description of Abby says that she is a skilled soldier, black and white, whose black and white view of the world is challenged as she seeks vengeance for those she loved.
Did you play the 2nd game?
I did not.
Okay.
No, just the first one. Deaver had a previous connection with the show, as the game's fans lobbied for years for her to get the starring role of Ellie, which was played by Bella Ramsey.
She could have done Ellie.
Given that Deaver's striking resemblance to the Ellie character in the game, the 27-year-old even reportedly auditioned for the role, but producers wanted a younger actor for the part. Ramsey is 20 years old, and she was perfect for
I
it.
mean, how can you beat that? You know?
And The Last of Us Season 2 is expected to start production in the spring and will return to HBO in 2025. It was nominated for 24 Emmys and has already won 8 in the creative arts categories, including Nick Offerman for his guest actor role in the show's acclaimed 3rd episode, which was incredible.
And heartbreaking and beautiful and wonderful.
Storm Reed as a guest actress as well.
I've watched that episode 3 times. I've only watched that. I haven't watched the series 3 times, but that episode because of how damn good it is.
And hypothetically, if you were able to smell an episode, it would have the stinkiest ending, correct?
Probably.
Well, the window was open.
Yeah. And they left the window open for that purpose.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, let's do the clips. Here we go. The docu-series Point Break
What?
follows the world's top tennis players. No, I'm sorry, not Point Break. It's Break Point.
Okay, because I'm like, wow,
Like,
man.
what the hell are they doing with it?
What are they? Where? Why? I'm going to play tennis.
The ex-presidents are tennis players.
Andre Agassi.
All right, follows the world's top tennis players on and off the court, capturing victories, losses, dramatic injuries, and personal moments. Here, Italian tennis player Matteo Berrettini talks about laying everything on the line for the show.
Personally, I decided to to be real, to be honest, and give the cameras everything that I had, my thoughts, my fears, my good moments. Unfortunately, last year there were a lot of bad moments as well, but I think this is cool, so people can understand, like what's behind the scenes.
I don't think I want to see it.
The second season of Breakpoint is streaming today on Netflix. Here's our next clip. The Beekeeper follows a former operative who is exacting revenge against the company responsible for ruining his friend's life with a phishing scam. And here Jason Statham talks about how satisfying the theme of this movie is.
These scumbags really get taken apart. And it's the cause is so justified. Everyone has an attachment to someone getting conned in some way. It's out there. It's been taken to the cleaners, as they say, and it's not good. So I think there's a social justice to it that has a global appeal.
Shut the up!
The Beekeeper. I know. Sometimes that hits, doesn't it? The Beekeeper hits theaters this Friday.
I like Jason Statham. Though, man, he's in some stinkers lately.
Has he been?
Well, like Meg 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun. In the last Expendables movie, which... like Stallone makes a cameo in his own movie series.
Yeah.
Steve, this one's got some interesting actors in it as well. It's got Jeremy Irons, Felicia Rashad.
There you go.
Minnie Driver.
That's my wife.
Josh Hutcherson.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know anything else about it.
He did a movie that was actually him, Preston. It was very Walking Tallish, where he goes into a southern town, and he's got his daughter, and he's the pickup truck riding guy, and he gets into a brouhaha
with the locals.
With one of the locals, yeah. And I like stuff like that.
Does he keep the accent in that one?
I think he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm from Tennessee. Really? Chattanooga.
All right, we are going to break because we got to stay on time a little bit. We're doing TV this morning, Fox Good Day, so that's coming up in this hour. And by the end of this hour, we'll have a special word for you that could send you on a trip to Clearwater, Florida for spring training along with us. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, please.
I want to do a countdown. I'm going to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yes, just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing, right?
All right.
And 3. 1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's
No.
nothing appealing about
Nope.
that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard.
Ugh.
Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And I
it.
like watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly, and it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery,
I
the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there
Yeah.
at a time where there's not a
Yeah.
line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Ooh.
Man. I guess.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
I
Yeah.
think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company if you've ever used them. They have they're top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies
All
are
right.
sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix
Really?
instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to
Yeah.
it, Case, if you want to have some fun with that.
Goo.
It's
Billy
I
Madison.
need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Madison, yeah.
When he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
right. Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
Right.
Even
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies.
Far superior?
Far superior.
Oh,
and
man.
there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid, they're easier to package, you can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have that
Ahoy.
luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and
Like
the bottoms
a
off.
piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want
Yeah.
with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve,
What?
you cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right. Goo!
All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was
source?
saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me
no.
go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude?
appreciate
Casey
you.
wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie. And it
You don't
always-
need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
There we
agree
go.
with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first. You
So
know,
I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies. That's right.
That makes sense. That makes
Carpe
sense.
diem, man.
Carpe diem.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
alone.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But what? I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's good. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing. Vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Would it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded, it's burning, it's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire, over magnificent, falling, crawling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as the mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is slipping as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says that he purchased the 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If you
order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling up.
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it.
And
I've
then
seen
I'm
a lot
like,
of...
why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me?
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Yeah, some power outages and things like that. The wind was whipping down the boardwalk. Yeah.
Hey, bang!
Yeah, so they were calling for, and I think you had said The highest got up to somewhere 70 miles per hour.
72, yes.
Yeah.
So
that was towards the shore.
Were you catching some? We had some gusts though that were pretty formidable.
Yeah.
It wasn't to the extent where I felt the house move a little bit or anything like that.
And you landed on a witch.
But it was a little. It was pretty breezy. I went out and got all the the spinny things that we have in our yard and flags and stuff and put them away. And
do you put is all your patio furniture or deck furniture away, or do you just
ages ago when we had our deck furniture disappear?
Yeah,
that's right.
Because of a breeze. We bought wrought iron stuff.
There you go.
Because I'm not doing that again. We had a table end up in the yard and shattered. It had a glass top on it, and I'm like, okay, we got to buck up. If we're going to have furniture out here, we're going to have to pay for it, and that stuff is expensive. But we got the really heavy stuff, so
it doesn't fly away, so you end up saving in the long run.
Yeah, nothing we had to worry about.
None of that stuff moved in the backyard. Something like one thing that never moves in a windstorm did. Something attached to the pool, but otherwise it wasn't that bad. But inside the house, you could clearly hear the gusting wind.
Okay,
and it got. I kept going out looking and waiting to see some sort of massive debris, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I saw last night Cecily Tynan tweeted this, that there were 123,000 Pico outages, 22,000 Delmarva, 24,000 down the shore with Atlantic City. So a lot of my parents were without power. Preston, you were saying Andy down the hall, she was without power as well.
Yeah.
We never lost power, but we did have flooding in the basement, and it was just one of those feelings where you start to see the water come in.
It sucks.
And Steve, it was so we have two sides of our basement. One side is fitted, side is finished, the other side's not. It started coming up the floor through cracks in the floor on the unfinished side. And so the only thing that we don't have a sump pump. Our house is about 90 years old. And the only thing that you can do is panic and then run. No, you can put towels down, get the shop vac out, shop vac, mops, and then I started cycles of laundry. So I would wash the towels that got wet, throw them in the dryer, and then put the dry towels back out there again. So it was just I was up until 2:33 in the morning trying to dry the basement as best I possibly could.
It makes you wonder how people along the Mississippi, or obviously we have our flooding areas here, but when you were living in we have our own nightmarish areas.
Yeah, we live in a floodplain.
Yeah, you're dealing with that all the time. The second you see a storm or a foreboding situation, and you're thinking, Nick, okay, I'm going to spend a night like you had last night. Now, mind you, yours was a little bit, on the lower scale, but still, it sucks.
I don't want to complain because a lot of people had a lot worse than I did. And so for us, at the end of the night, it was a pain in the ass, and you see the water come in. I guess the biggest concern for us is, if some of the water got behind the finished walls where there's drywall, do you have to rip that out? Do you have to get rid of the insulation on the other side of it? These are minor headaches compared to what a lot of people had to go through. But just watching it happen sucks. There is nothing you can do. Water is just incessant.
Yeah.
You can hear I could hear the sump pump at my house working. I mean, it was constant. If there's a rainstorm, you hear it every once in a while. It just kept going. And I have, we do have a sump pump, Nick.
Has it ever flooded your basement, even with the sump pump?
You know what?
Overwhelmed?
We got no, not flooded. We got a little bit of water. It came back through the drain that goes out into the sewer system, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. There was some issue with it, and it happened to a bunch of people in the neighborhood, but it was nothing like anybody's experiencing, or even Nick. It was very little, but we have a sensor on there, and it sets off an alarm. The alarm is so loud. It is, it might even be louder than the fire alarm. It's the loudest thing ever. Fortunately, it did not go off in the middle of the night.
So in that case, with you guys, in Manayunk, we used to have some water come in. It came into a lower part. The design of the house was dumb because the driveway sloped down to the back door. So whenever it rained, it would, that we had this river situation. Now in the new house, we're totally fine because we're on a little bit of a tilt, and all the water just goes past. But when you get water in your house to that point, and you see these commercials for Serve Pro and these places that come in, I've always heard once the drywall gets wet, you've got to replace it. You've got to replace that. You've got to replace the insulation because the mold stuff is almost inevitable.
Well, what they can do, it depends on how high up it is, I think, and I may be talking out of turn here and how long the water has sat, but they can just cut a portion of it off of the bottom. You have to replace like all of the drywall.
Oh, I thought you saved that portion and get rid of the rest of the house.
No,
you see, I've been doing it wrong.
So they'll take like a foot up, and then they'll cut that part off,
right?
And then they'll cover over it and woo doggy it or whatever. They'll put the sealant on it. But they have a way to which is a lot less expensive than replacing all of your drywall, your sheetrock, or whatever that is. But I don't know. I mean, and there are people that get really freaked out about the potential for mold once something just gets damp. But I don't think that's the case. I think there's got to be more to it than, it's got to get really wet and stay wet, and then mold can grow. That's my guess.
I just know I'd get the bad mold. Whatever the worst kind of mold to get, that's what I would get. Because you hear these people that don't take care of stuff, and then years later, the kids are coming down with like bizarre, rickets and whooping cough or whatever.
I knew a whole family who, theirs wasn't flooding, but they bought a house and they moved into a house, and all of their children kept getting sick, and one of them like bad in the hospital, and they eventually found out that it was mold in the house.
So with you have an older house, you said, so you don't have a sump pump,
right? Yeah, it's like 90 years old.
I assume you can install one, right?
Yeah, there was somebody texted in saying you can install a portable one,
right?
And so maybe that's an option I should look into. We were just honestly doing the mop into a bucket, a bucket into the sink in the basement, and then and the towels and the shop vac, and quite literally dumping the water from the shop vac outside.
My dad, one time in our basement, we didn't have one, and my dad put one in. He created it. Like, he went and got a jackhammer and
wow,
and jacked it. Dude, he put in a French drain.
That's manly.
And it's totally manly. I got none of it. I got none of it.
Preston, I was bailing with a snow shovel.
But he did that. He tore up the concrete floor, put in a French drain in that, covered it back over.
Wow.
Put a bucket in the corner with a sump pump in there. And so, Nick, you might be able to have that done.
Okay.
But you have to break into the
have your dad come over?
Have my dad come by and fix it for you.
All right.
I noticed you didn't call my pussy ass son.
I retained none of that.
Dude,
stuff
I'm right with
him.
you. Thankfully, my dad wasn't as good at that stuff as your dad was, so he could do some of it.
Yeah, but so maybe there's a solution for you, Nick. I don't know, because otherwise, has that ever happened before?
Actually, the worst that had happened was before we finished the basement. So the finished side of the basement, I think, was the driest of the two sides. And so the concern there is the drywall and maybe some moisture on the other side of it and possibly mold or whatever. But just looking at a crack in the basement floor and watching water come up through it like bubbling crude, I was just like, where is it even coming from? Dude, it's just groundwater.
It's like when you're at someone else's house and you take a dump and you flush the toilet and the water starts to rise. You're like, no.
Fire! Fire! That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Because that's why that scene in Dumb and Dumber, registers when he can't flush. Even though that wasn't it overflowing where you can't flush the toilet. It's like, oh dear God, no. And in the basement, your old house used to flood. Yes.
No, this current house did one time. Our sump pump, the power went out on it, and we got some flooding. But I don't remember the old house flooding.
For some reason, I thought it did. Yeah,
I don't know, maybe.
So when I was in high school, we had the night before championships, we had a pasta party and shave heads. So we're at our team captain's house, and
anytime it was going to rain,
they had a toilet down in the basement. Now, they should have said something to everybody as they walked down and said, hey, this is a pee-only toilet.
Oh.
All right, and it wasn't me, but one of our teammates, I can't remember, probably John, but he pooped in the toilet and it overflowed. And then my friend's dad had to come down and clean it up. At a certain point, I would have been like, John, you got to take your crap out of there, and then I'll take care of the rest.
I think that's only right.
Right?
I'm amazed, though, at a toilet. So...
Listen,
a
I
toilet
don't know
that can handle pee. What are you crapping that it can't pass that through the pipe?
I don't know. So I don't know if it's the toilet or just the plumbing itself.
Or the force of the water. Okay, I get you.
You know what I mean? So, because I had never heard of that before, and I've never heard of that
there are
since.
fart toilets.
Well, I mean, listen. We just have a urinal.
We have a more when we built this house that we live in, we decided to go with more efficient, water efficient toilets.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that installed, he's like, by the way, he goes, if you take a big dump, it will clog.
Okay.
And more often than not, I got to use the plunger on it.
Really?
Yeah.
So what kind do you use? The standard plunger? Or do you use the one that looks kind of? Have you seen the one that looks like it's like a turbo accordion?
I use the standard one, but I want the accordion one.
Oh, it's really good.
I just never think about buying one. Really?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
one push down, and that turd's going to Singapore.
You have that thing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
It has a big handle on it, and it looks like an accordion, a conical accordion.
Looks like a toy, really.
Basically, yeah.
Send me a link to it.
I will send you a link.
I have one down the
And I'll
shore.
autograph one for you.
Because for some reason the outside pipes get clogged, and in order for me to unclog the outside pipes, I need that accordion one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Call now your favorite plunger, 215-263 WMMR. No, actually, I want to go to Elijah. Hi, Elijah. Good morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Great. What's up, buddy?
Not much. I heard you guys talking about getting drywall wet and decided to text in. Got up to call and kind of go over some stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Is this what you do?
So I worked for a restoration company for 7 years out of high school. And, it really depends on what type of water, whether it be like sewage water or if it came from like a supply line. Anything sewage, obviously, you got to rip out. Anything fresh water from a supply line, you can absolutely dry that out. You got to get rid of the insulation 100%. But 9 times out of 10, you can dry it out without having to cut it out.
Let me ask. So in that case, but can you be confident that you've eradicated the potential for mold?
It depends on the timeline. If you get there within a certain amount of time, usually it could have changed since the time I've worked there. If you're there within 24 to 36 hours and it's not stopping wet, like the drywall's not dripping wet, you can dry it out. We have moisture meters. So we're able to tell how much moisture is in the wall and if it's able to be dried or has to get cut out.
All right, yeah. They've done so many reports on the damaging problems with mold and infections that it makes you terrified.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. I completely understand that.
Elijah, I got a quick question for you because my buddy does epoxy flooring. Does that help at all with that stuff?
It can. Basements, you never really can certainly 100% waterproof. You can waterproof them, but water always finds a way around anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, I guess.
That's how the Grand Canyon formed.
Yeah. I remember in 1999, it was Hurricane Floyd, and it just hovered over Pennsylvania for longer than they expected it to. And I was living with my parents at the time, and their basement ended up like 3 or 4 feet of water in the basement. And there was nothing they could do. And
your
at that
basement,
point,
it's total, right?
It is, and but at that point, Steve, you just look at it and you give up because shop vac's not going to handle this, right?
No.
So yes, they then had to redo the entire basement, and insurance covered it. But yeah, that was just the worst.
By the way, backing up a moment, somebody pointed out that I should get a Preston C poop knife for our toilet that won't flush the poops. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, Preston.
I got to do that soon.
Guess who's getting a plunger?
For my birthday, it's coming up at the end of the month.
I ordered one for you.
Oh, thank you. You're the best, man.
No problem, man.
By the way, here's a text that says, once you lose power, sump pump won't work. We have a 110-year-old house and put a sump pump in. Out of power since 8:30 last night. I didn't even look at my basement before I went to work. It's unfinished, but we still need to clean up, which, by the way, we got several years ago. A sump pump, our backup sump pump, runs on water pressure.
There you go.
So you don't have to worry about power.
So
it will kick in and do the job when we need it to.
A couple of years ago, we got that generator, and so, but that's a great point. A sump pump will shut off if you have no power. What you could do, though, Nick, is you could hook a sump pump up to 2 CPAP machines.
All right.
Oh,
yeah. Run those at the same time. See
Nick's
who wins.
mom and dad are both.
Mom and Dad, can you go down to the basement and breathe?
Use the water pressure to run your CPAP. Oh, that's ingenious. Let's see. All right, we have an environmental consultant.
Yes.
Who can explain how mold will form.
Oh.
It's David. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good. What's up, David?
Can I you guys almost feel like you're in the same room as me.
Yeah, how about It's amazing.
It really is. We listen to you guys all the time. We actually stream it in our office. I'm an environmental consultant. One of the things I talk about is mold. And I heard you guys talking, so I've never texted into you guys, but I do listen. So
excellent.
Thought I'd add a little commentary.
Please.
All right. First off, there's only 11 states that have mold regulations, right? Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, they're not one of them. So you can't hire a licensed company, can't hire a certified company, right? So you're kind of like at the Wolves, it's kind of like Thunderdome.
Right.
Additionally, mold needs 24 to 48 hours to grow.
Okay.
So if your basement is wet, if you can dry it out, and really drying it out is not really using a fan, but like vacuums, dehumidifier, you're going to suck up the moisture. And you're going to stop any mold growth. And if you see any mold growth, it was probably there originally and you missed it.
So, David, you're saying you could, in other words, if you catch it in time and you're not dealing with a really cataclysmic flood situation, you could stop mold dead in its tracks.
You absolutely can.
Okay.
All right. Now, you talked about sheetrock, and you're absolutely right. Even if you have wood studs or metal studs, you get a thing called capillary action where water will defy gravity and suck up. So,
yes.
Well, the wood stud will suck up. It'll be behind like a finished wall in the basement. You're kind of screwed. You're probably going to need to cut open that area to try to dry it out. And then after a couple days, maybe cut it out to see if you see any mold growth back there. If not, you could probably save it. But you guys reference the industry standard is you cut out like 18 inches around the perimeter.
Okay.
But, you know, I mean, by the way, if you lose your sub pump, and I always tell people, if you have a sub pump, buy a second one because it's going to die when you need it, and everything's going to be sold out at Home Depot.
Yeah, just have one on standby, yeah.
Quick question concerning mold and the frame of the house, the wooden beams and all that stuff. Can it form there as well?
Anything organic. Look, you can have a Peloton bike in the basement that you think you're going to make you all skinny after the holidays.
Right.
You stop using it, you sweat on it, and dust is mostly skin cells, right? So when you get a moist environment down there, mold spores will start to thrive, and they'll grow on the surface of the Peloton bike, but it doesn't consume the Peloton bike.
I need to take you back a few seconds. You said dust is mostly skin cells?
Yeah, that's tweaking my melon, too.
It is disgusting, isn't it?
Kathy, did you know that?
No.
Dust is mainly skin cells.
Talk more about skin cells and moist stuff.
Yeah, and if you can throw in a pus here and there, we might just get Kathy to faint.
So the dust in this studio, I'm breathing in other
It's
people's
my
skin.
ass shavings.
That's
You were
disgusting.
sucking up Preston and Steve.
Oh, my God.
There we go. We knew we'd get it one way or another.
About time.
Well, very informative. So these companies like ServPro that come in, those reclamation places, are they effective? I mean, can they really do what they're promising to do?
Well, I mean, you have to dry it out, okay? And let me tell you, I tell everybody, if you could spend $5,000 on some sort of waterproofing, sub pumps and everything, if you lose power, you're done. Okay?
Right.
So I always tell people, you have roof leaders, which to you guys are gutters. You should have extensions on them. Everything flows 5 to 10 feet away from the house because you want a dry moat around your house, right? And you want to be able to control the water. So on a rainy day, you go outside, you look at the house, and you're like, oh, water's pooling by the foundation here. I need to add dirt, fix the concrete, just so you have something passive.
Yeah.
So let's just say you get so much rain and water's just going to come up because the water table's high. It needs to be dried out. And like, do you guys have sub pumps in at standby? Do you have a dehumidifier in your basement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep, we
All
do.
right. Most people don't. I tell people the dehumidifier you need to it'll run, man. You buy it, and if you find out it's not running, go return it to Home Depot. But it'll fill up like daily. Like this time of year, not so much, except for the rain because it's drier. But in the spring and the summer, absolutely.
So
the
David,
ServPro guys.
David, on days like this, are you busy for a week at this point? Because, are you dealing with everybody that had to go through what I went through and a lot of other people went through last night?
I'm going to have this talk about 100 times today to people.
Yeah.
Well, just tell them to listen to the podcast.
Yeah.
Right. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
You can go home now.
Well, you just go, if you have a shop vac, suck it up and do the dehumidifier. A lot of people use fans, which isn't great because it just puts it into the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going on the beams in your basement. It's going to be moist, and mold's going to grow while it's wet, and now it's going to get a toehold. Every basement should have a dehumidifier.
One of the deadliest wrestling moves.
Yeah.
All right.
Like every house should be on
your show today. Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
David,
Thank you.
we appreciate it, man. Very informative. Thanks for checking in, bud.
No problem. Good,
All right,
good
we'll
going,
see you.
guys.
All
Thanks.
right, bye-bye.
Man,
Yep.
every house should be on stilts,
Yes.
right? You don't have
Dude,
this issue anymore.
I'm doing the math in my head. We have all told, we have 8 dehumidifiers. Rochelle is a dehumidifier fiend.
Wait, so that like the
We have
SEP?
3 at our main residence. We have a shore house.
So in your mansion
What
down
about
the
your other
shore.
houses?
Mr. Preston, there's a difficulty down in the house. The moat is not keeping the riffraff out.
Well,
Should I light the fires along the parapet?
We have 5 dehumidifiers in that house.
And
Well,
the dehumidifier
that makes
would
sense, though.
He would work against the moat every time, right? That's going to suck some of the water out.
Yeah,
Wait, so
that's
but-
it. But then you kill the alligator.
Right.
Preston, mine's through our like it's not separate units. It's
Yeah,
downstairs in the basement through.
It's a main unit that takes care of the whole house.
Okay.
Well, we do have, one in that's part of the HVAC system.
And then you have others.
And then Rochelle's got, I told you she's crazy
Okay.
about it.
By the way, a little bit of
But he's right, they fill up like that. Yeah. And they're drawing water out of the air. So, and we have a lot of moisture in the air right now, obviously with the rain and all that took place. All right, well, anyhow, if you've had some issues, good luck to you. Hang in there. And hopefully you get your power back. That's another thing that's going on in some places. So we do need to take a break because we are going to go live on Fox Good Day in a moment. And when we return, not only the bizarre file, but also your clear word of the day. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
When your mail from the local like funerals, parlors, and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So basically, you're tying off so that you're.
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it?
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective, no pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it? All right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or?
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
That's my
clappers, man.
gig.
Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
It
you,
has to be.
that people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So, yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
beginning of summer. And
Yeah.
what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me, and it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums. And we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously, it's a audio experience, but to try to get that, translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild.
We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
Like a drum circle, or a paint circle, or an art circle, or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that. And he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think, and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really you have to be okay. You know, you have to love it, and you know, you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place, and that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want.
All right.
Okay. You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk, and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. People don't like it. Fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And yeah, I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it, I want it. But for most things, it's like, you know, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So.
Yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
like the gimp, did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah.
There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
Guys are talking about you.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Lord St. Lucida Dashiell. Hey!
Dashiell!
What's up, dude?
Yeah, no, we've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and so yeah, I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn? Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm in the Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are
I'm just coming in? Actually, I'm doing there's thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
and I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend, but I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. he was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage him.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one, I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He's
MMR.
Thanks, Kath. We got about a minute before we go live on Fox Go Day. I would like to take this moment to thank Nick McElwain for a personal thing. Kathy, as you said, my deodorant tricked me.
Yes, did.
And it stopped working. Years I've used Speed Stick, and for some reason it stopped working. Nick, as a little Christmas gift, bought me some Degree deodorant, and I tried some other deodorants, and they didn't work either. The Degree works wonderfully, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I can smell it on myself right now. It smells great.
It's Cool Rush. I like the
That's
flavor.
the flavor?
I like the scent.
Okay.
I like its effectiveness. And so I've been using it for years. It has not yet tricked my underarm. So I'm glad it's working for you.
He gave me 2 of them. So
you're good for the rest of the week.
I'm now good to go, and you can thank Nick too, my fellow coworkers.
That's right.
Because it was starting to get some stank on me.
Remind me when this, because I want to talk about something after this that pertains to this.
All right, we should hear some music any moment. Yep, we're going live on Fox Good Day now.
7:56. All right, we're getting ready for Preston and Steve because they're, hey guys.
Hey,
there's a list on BuzzFeed that is trending, and it's naming the top things that people do that are considered super disrespectful, but you do it. So examples like abandoning items at the store and you put it in the wrong place instead of walking all the way back and putting where you found it and where it belongs. Have you guys done that?
Yeah, I don't do it. I hate it. Yeah.
Try not to do that, but there are some social media accounts that focus on that, and you can see a pork chop next to the M&Ms.
Yeah. Right.
And where people are just like, I'll just leave it here.
My son won't let me do that. If I put something, he's like, no.
You gotta
He's
put it
like,
back.
We have to go back. I'll take it. He takes it back. He'll put it back where it belongs.
Or shoplift it, but don't
Just take it. Yeah, but don't leave it there.
I'm guilty of that one, though. Sometimes there'll be something else where you'll see like a better cereal. So I'll put it in the same aisle. Like if it's like, oh, this is a better cereal, and I put the other cereal I don't want back.
That's even worse.
At least you're in the ballpark. A pork chop next to greeting cards doesn't work.
I can understand if you're if it's all the way across the store, but if you're in the same aisle, Karen.
Hey, a few more steps.
I think a lot of these things focus around the grocery store because the shopping cart thing drives me crazy.
Returning the shopping cart?
Yeah, and I do understand maybe someone is physically, it's going to be difficult for them to do it if they're, elderly or whatever maybe, but I can't stand, especially when you pull up to a spot that you think is open and someone has decided, this is where I'm going to put my little shopping cart and make the corral here. No, that's a parking spot.
Yeah, and
I hate it.
If you weren't disabled before you did that, you will be if I catch you doing it.
Yeah, this is true.
You know what I hate? I hate the coffee carafe, the coffee machine. You go and there's tiny little bit of coffee and someone poured it down to the last viable bits because they feel, well, there's still coffee in it. I don't have to make new coffee. It drives me insane.
And then it's all burnt and you just get the taste of the grounds. I'll tell you this, we had this one at work. There was the secret pooper who did not flush. And I would go in and be like, how
At work?
Come on.
days
Alex.
Television's
Alex. Were they tiny rabbit size? Alex.
Okay. Also, another one too, because it looks like people who park in designated spots, like the online pickup ones, right? Or curbside pickup, or you have
I do that, and listen, I don't
Casey
care.
does it.
I don't park in handicapped spots, but if there is a curbside pickup spot, I don't understand why you are better than me, and I have to park further away. I honestly, and I'm unapologetic about it, I will park in.
And you say he always finds a spot right outside the emergency room at the hospital.
Yeah, no, because if you go to the I don't know, Michael's for instance. There are several of those, and they're all open, right? So if I pull into parking spot number 2 and 3, 4, 5, and 6 are available, then who cares?
Has anyone said anything to you or say, hey, man?
Oh, I'll get a text message or I'll get an email from somebody who's hearing this right now telling me that I'm a jerk, but I don't care.
No, but you had words with that World War II vet.
Yeah.
Couldn't get into a spot.
Well, then he can park in the handicap spot.
They have gone spot crazy, though. They have gone designation crazy with a lot of these places.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see what you're saying, even though you're a scofflaw.
We let it all out.
Yeah.
And so now it's out there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. We'll see you. All right. Let's get into Bizarre File. Or no, we're going to do the Clearwater word. Is it 8 yet? It is 8.
Yeah.
93.3 WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Clearwater Word of the Day.
Here's your word, and that word is dinger. That's right, D-I-N-G-E-R, dinger. Hit a dinger. Go to the contest page, WMMR.com right now, enter it, and it'll be your chance to win a spring training trip for 2 from PhillySportsTrips.com. That does include airfare, 3 nights at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, tailgate parties, and a post-show happy hour with us at Coco's following our live broadcast on Friday, March 15th. Listen each weekday at 8 a.m. around this time for the word, and then you enter it, and then you can be in the running for winning. Now, the contest ends on January 19th. You have to be at least 21 years of age. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And if you would like to buy your way into this amazing trip, there are limited spots available now. If you go to PhillySportsTrips.com, you can reserve it. Come on, you've heard us there. You know how much fun it is. We'd love to have you.
Please come. Yeah, I know. Listen, the whole thing is you want to win, but if you don't, jump. If you want to make sure you're going to go, get the trip.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Bizarre File time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Get your heater checked and inspected by their pros, and you'll get upfront pricing and same-day service plus $50 off any repair. Schedule at horizonservices.com/WMMR. All right. So,
my lord.
Yeah,
my lord.
I took the copy away from him before he was done reading.
I wasn't done. I'm like,
Let's see
backslash
how far you
something.
can get.
all right. This is great. This video is hilarious. The party goer in this video, his expletive-laden screams after getting stuck in a decorative urn during New Year's Eve in Mountain Brook is the latest viral video out of Alabama. You can hear the man. His last name is Paget. His name is Connor Paget. You can hear him say, "Call the fire department and break this mother effer." And the video has amassed over 13 million views and counting. He said, "I'm effed" in the video as a partygoer hacks away at the urn with the chisel. Others offered him tips, and it was futile. Paget was saying, "I'm doing everything I effing goddamn can."
I love it.
He's screaming, "I already took my belt off and it didn't do anything." There was someone there who was apparently doing play-by-play of Paget's ordeal, and they were posting it at the time. They were saying there's cracking sound and the crowd cheers. He is free. The urn has been shattered, and our hero emerges unscathed. Our long national nightmare is over. People are now discussing the cost of the shattered urn. I'm hearing prices ranging from $500 to as high as $3,000. Urn guy is up and moving around, but now without his pants, which were apparently lost or damaged in the incident. Everyone seems fine with this, and he wants a cigarette. They said he wanted a double makers on the rocks. I gave it to him, and now he's drinking alone and having a cigarette, still pantsless in the corner of the yard. It looks like our friend is trying to usher him to an Uber. Happy New Year's, everyone. Stay safe out there. Remember, decorative urns always look bigger from the outside.
By the way, did you see the big potted in the front of the building? The big potted plant. It was it blown over.
Yep, the wind blew it over in front of our building. But this guy, it looks hilarious.
It does, and it is hilarious.
You know what he looks like? There's a video game, and I forgot the name of it, where a guy is inside a kettle with a sledgehammer. I don't know if you've ever seen this or not, but that's what he looks like, just from the waist down. It's nothing but this giant urn that he's stuck in. Well, a TikToker named Lindsay Bennett went viral for accidentally ordering a $2,400 cocktail after misreading the menu. She thought the drink would cost $24.
Oh, no.
Bennett, who is from Ireland, was spending a night out in London when she ordered the drink at the hotel bar. The cocktail contained Cristal and also a 30-year-old cognac and a gold leaf.
wow.
After she had the drink, she did not know the cost. She drank it.
Did she have to pay it?
And then she found out, she was like, I can't afford to pay that. Fortunately, the manager didn't make her settle the tab.
Wow.
I don't know how they worked that out.
Maybe they realized they could turn this into a publicity sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, you would assume that before someone serves that, they would be
make
required
you
to say,
aware.
you do know this is $2,400,
So,
right?
over the holiday, I was with somebody who ordered an expensive drink, a cocktail, and the bartender. I watched the bartender. He explained what it was. He explained what they were ordering. He told him what the price was going to be. Like, you could tell he was going out of his way.
Yes, to make sure
this person knew
That's how you do it.
that what they were ordering and what they
Okay.
were going to have to pay for.
Do you remember how much it was?
It was nothing like that. It
Not
was like
$2,400.
no, maybe
Yeah.
like 150 or something like
Okay.
that. But it was for
Whoa.
one little.
Yeah.
It was a bourbon.
A bourbon, no kidding.
Yes, apparently
Wow.
they only make 25 bottles of this bourbon a year.
It was probably
And-
a Pappy Van Winkle or something
No,
like
it was
that.
a
Jerry Stewart?
No, chicken something it was called.
Chicken something?
I have a picture of it. I'll show it to you.
Yes, the chicken something straight up.
Here's a follow-up story for you. A man has been sentenced by the same district judge that he attacked last week. You remember this?
Yeah, it was crazy
Judge
footage.
Mary Kay Holtha sentenced 30-year-old Deobra Redden to 19 months to 4 years in prison on attempted battery charges. This was in connection to a baseball bat attack on a person last year and isn't related to the courtroom attack. So that one still has to be faced. So Redden is slated to appear before a different judge on Tuesday 15th regarding the new felony and misdemeanor charges related to the attack. Last week, Redden appeared before Holthus, and as she was preparing to hand down the sentence, he was seen in a viral video jumping over the bench and attacking her. According to Redden's family, he suffers from schizophrenia, is bipolar, and has been off of his medication, so I don't know if they'll take that into consideration. Kathy, is it called chicken cock bourbon?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Really?
Yes.
See, I've bought that before, and it's
listen,
not crazy expensive. It's pretty average priced.
Well,
Interesting.
Whatever this was, this was according to the bartender. So
Okay.
but whatever this was it was like about 120 plus tax, whatever it was.
Right.
And the specific bottle, there was only
Okay.
you know,
It was a
25.
special blend or
Yeah.
whatever that they
Yeah.
made. Okay. All right. Moving on. 2 women who allegedly used fake personal information to buy a 2024 Mazda CX-30 from Tyndall Mazda on December 30th were arrested Friday after they got greedy and returned for a second vehicle 6 days after taking the first.
Getting greedy, right?
Yeah.
Always does you in.
Lorena Cole Willis and Gabrielle Marie Barker, December 30th, they visited the dealership. Lorena put a false social security number on the applications. Then what actually belonged to her. Lorena gave a dealership photocopy of a fake Arizona driver's license and also provided a fake pay stub. They filled out and signed for the vehicle lease, and they agreed to buy it for $31,000. After a few days, employees of the dealership became suspicious because Gabrielle and Lorena did not make a down payment on time. The women's contact information, social security number, and pay stubs were discovered to be fake. The dealership then listed the vehicle as stolen. Police found it later with neither one of those women driving it, so they must have sold it to someone.
Yeah.
And then an employee called police back and said that they had been on scene again trying to purchase another vehicle from the same dealership.
What's the main rule? You never return to the scene of the crime, right?
Baker was using a false name and admitted that the driver's license and pay stubs were fake. The social security number that Gabrielle put on her forms was also not a valid social security number. But they went, listen, if you're going to do the same scam,
another dealership,
do it somewhere else.
We want another car.
Both women were booked into the Salt Lake County Jail and ordered to be held without.
You guys have the best cars.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for now. All right.
I'm sorry, I had this quick deodorant thing, Preston.
Well, before we do that, just a reminder that the word dinger is for the Clearwater word of the day. I just want to remind you that. Go to WMMR.com and enter that for your chance to win the spring training trip with us, and that is courtesy of PhillySportsTrips.com.
Right.
All right, the deodorant thing. Yes, sir.
You have a pivotal moment in your life is now taking place where you've now changed your deodorant. I wanted to ask all of you, were you bombarded with commercials for this product called Lumi, which is a deodorant like gel for your butt and your.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Right.
But not bombarded. Did you get on social media?
On social, maybe that could be it, but it's also on TV, and it's the most. It's this woman is.
Yes.
I think they're trying to replicate a social media type approach,
right?
With the way the commercial's done.
She's trying to be
You rub it
cheeky.
on your pits and your ass.
Yeah.
Shouldn't say ass, but you know
what is it called again?
It is deodorant for the rest of your body. Lumi.
Yeah,
Lumi?
because she says in the thing like her armpit was fine, so the scent that she was smelling was or the odor was
my
coming
gash.
was coming from essentially there, under the belt, below the belt,
And so,
to speak.
but the whole thing is, it's like Blue Emu. You won't stink. Do you have a case?
No, but it's a similar thing, Press. I have this here. Mine that I got is called Mondo. And
Mando.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some. That's what Rochelle got me after my deodorant quit.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for me.
Yeah. So this is not necessarily.
I have the body wash,
This
too.
is for, this is for pits, packages, and feet.
There you go.
Okay.
So for your junk as well.
Do you think it's the same manufacturer as Lumi?
That's a good question.
Because Steve, Casey, for the commercial, it literally says it's for butt crack, pits, underboob, and feet.
Yeah, yeah, and so I guess it doesn't have aluminum, right?
Oh my God! Yes, yeah, it is.
Oh, it's the same
company. It says Mondo is a trademark of Lumi Deodorant LLC.
There you go.
Have you been using it?
I have in the past. Sometimes when I've forgotten to shower. Forgotten. I'm like, oh, crap. All right, I can't walk around.
I hate
like
to admit
this.
it. You were going through a stinky smell. I work right next to you.
Yeah, I know.
And I have not noticed it in a while.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
One time.
Now there were a few times I didn't tell you.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
come on. I thought you were a friend.
I know, but I didn't
Yeah.
want to. I didn't want to seem like I was
not
being a dick to you.
It's not body odor
I'm
in
not
this
asking
sense.
you. I'm asking him. He's the one smelling you. Is it body odor?
I think it smells like his feet.
It's your feet,
but it's
Yeah.
not my.
But it's not his feet.
It's the.
Is it your balls?
It's his butt.
It's my
your balls.
My balls.
You
butt.
you can smell his balls.
He has. It's not.
That is disgusting.
I mean,
Kathy, I know.
If
and
that's what you're into,
I love.
I'm
the
not
guy.
comfortable talking about this right now. This is a
sorry.
very sensitive moment.
Why don't you just shower at night?
Because listen, for one reason or another, I didn't that day. You know, it's not like it's all the time. It's,
Maybe make showering a priority.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
but what if you're a busy guy on the go? You just take a handful of this, slather it on your nuts, and you're good to go.
Yeah. When something like that has happened, it's been one of those like, all right, I can't shower tonight. I'll just shower when I wake up in the morning. And then when I wake up, I'm like, oh my God, I don't have enough time. And so I'm like, I'm just going to have to stink today.
Listen, I have a PowerPoint at 10. I'm going to rub some of this on my balls, and I should be good to go.
And lately, you've been working out before the show. It's crazy that you do that, man.
Well, but if I do that, I actually
Then
am
you'll
up,
clean up, right?
I'm up early enough that I can actually hop in the shower afterwards.
Okay.
Is it like is it one day or is it like multiple days you don't shower in a row?
It depends. It's been a day for me today.
See, and I can't smell you at all. Are you using that?
No,
good for you.
No.
Okay. All
Kathy, of all of us in the room, and Steve doesn't count because he always is clean and smells nice. So of me, Preston, and Casey,
Preston.
which of us has smelled the worst over the years?
Oh, worse. I thought you were going to say who
me.
smells the best. The
Is
worst.
it all right? Then is it me or Casey? Let's narrow it down.
I don't really get close enough to you guys to
I'm right
smell
next to you.
So,
And Preston can smell Casey, and you have a better sense of smell than anyone.
yeah, no, I won't get that close.
Score.
Oh,
'Cause
you
I've
know
gone-
what?
I've gone several days in a row without showering and coming to work.
Preston,
Wow.
In my defense, that time when you told me,
Several times.
but the time, well, I said
The
that
time
time
I
that
told you.
that you
Okay.
told me.
Yes.
It was around the time where I had a procedure done, and it was done on my backside, and there.
Oh yeah. That could have been that.
Yeah.
That stuff does when you have a wound that's recovering. It stinks.
Yeah.
It can smell bad.
And I apologize. And again, like this is I'm letting you guys know this right now. I'm very, very embarrassed and uncomfortable with this conversation.
All right. Well, we've gone too long. I didn't mean to go this deep into this.
I brought us in there. I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
saw these commercials for this new type of deodorant that I found sort of disgusting.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, we need to take a break. We'll do that. We'll clean everything.
Gonna go lube up my nutsack.
And we'll come back in just a moment. And we have a bunch to get to this morning. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Sorry, Casey.
Guitar when he was younger, I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He's he likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he's riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old, plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints, in my wrist, and my elbow. It's not normal to do this, right? Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. I'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're gonna play next year though. We decided to wait. I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and have the experience not only performing but going to the show. So I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're gonna wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow. You're very smart, not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful?
Anyway, Yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
I keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, we're kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing, have made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play, you can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. somewhat. I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well,
join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Millions!
Yeah. Wow.
You asked. No. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of there's ones, there's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But it's it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the...
Stillwater shirt?
Yes, he's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, wearing, you said Mike McCready?
Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name, Willie Nelson's son.
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures? Since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being?
Not your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy, I was hoping in the last traffic report you said something. Was it Aquatong? Is that it?
Yeah, in Bucks County in New Hope.
And it's Aquatong Road?
Yeah.
When you were saying that, I was going to go. But we didn't have it in that one, so unfortunately.
I was so ready for it, too.
No, I hit my finger.
The first time I heard Aquatong, I thought, oh, that's awesome.
Well, there's so many closures that I'm trying to get through all of them and switch them up.
It's usually that when we have mornings like this, it's when you start mentioning roads I've never heard of before. That's when we always hear these.
Remember, we had the Thunder Road from outside the ballpark in Trenton. Yeah.
And Woodcrest Station. Yes.
And then Baby Shark Boulevard.
I remember that one. Right,
I went out last night in the middle of all that nonsense, and my daughter needed something from CVS, so I went. And when I went, on the way out, I had to go around the giant branch, and then on the way back, I couldn't get to my house because there was a huge tree that went down. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, that could have landed on me because that, it wasn't there when I had left. And,
oh, wow.
Yeah. You dodged a tree.
Yeah. And I kind of got in trouble for going. It was like, is it that important? I'm like, I don't know.
Were they the CVS brand cookies? The ones that are filled with fudge?
No.
Because then you would absolutely have to go.
I didn't know there were CVS brand cookies.
We talked about this on the air years ago.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. They're their gold label brand cookies. And years ago, there used to be a cookie that I love called Fudge Town. Not the porn movie. It's Fudge Town. And their brand of Fudge Townish cookies are sensational.
Okay.
You can get clothing and cookies at CVS.
You are a cookie connoisseur for sure.
Yes. So if I've given the thumbs up to CVS cookies, by God, you can trust me.
Okay. I wanted to go back to the story I had in the bizarre file, the guy who got stuck in an urn.
Did anybody else feel uncomfortable watching it? Because I started to get a little panicky.
Well, because it transcended, oh, this is goofy, and became, I'm scared crap.
Yeah, get me out of this now is what had happened. So this guy climbs, I don't know how he ended up in there. I'm thinking it was a New Year's Eve thing, and just for fun, maybe he climbed into this.
That's exactly it.
Decorative urn.
That's
and
exactly it.
He got into waist up, and then he couldn't get out, and he was stuck in it for whatever reason. He got in and couldn't get out, and they eventually had to break the thing open. But there's video of it. It's hilarious because he's all pissed off, and he just looks so funny in this thing. Half of his body is gone. Nick pulled up the video right now.
Well,
and we're watching it.
All his friends are just laughing.
Oh, of course they are.
I would have immediately, because of what it's made of, I would have eaten. Don't think I would have panicked because if you have to, you just take a hammer and start cracking away.
Right, but they weren't. But he needed help, and they weren't doing it. He was getting mad, and everybody's offering suggestions. Like, God damn it, I'm trying to do this. I can't get out. I'm serious. So, of course, this obviously leads to your stories of I got stuck in this thing. And let us know about 215-263-WMMR. Maybe you had to be cut out of it, or for whatever reason you were stuck in something.
Well, they're stuck in, and also something is stuck on you. There's a whole Pringles campaign now. Have you seen it? Where the canister is stuck on your arm.
Put your hand in there.
Absolutely,
and you got stuck. Yep.
I remember one of my brothers, I forget which one it was, but got their head stuck between the banisters of the stairs.
That is so common.
My grandmother was home with us at the time. My mom was working, and she took butter from the refrigerator, and she greased up his head, greased up the spindles, and pulled him out.
No way.
So stop and think about it, right? For it to have gone through, you should be able to replicate it back the same way, but I think you start to panic. And would it be safe to say that as you're becoming frightened,
you swell?
You swell.
I would think so.
Yeah, right.
Nervous.
Yeah, I would think so. And also, if you go through, because Kathy, the story that I personally was going to share was getting my head stuck in the through the stair banister, and panicking, and we didn't need to. Eventually, I got out, but because I'd calmed down and tried to, work my way out. But when you go through, like your ears, you have to kind of squeeze through, and your ears rub through that. And I think that process of going through that causes blood to go to your ears and make them a little bit bigger.
That's what I think.
And and you swell up a little bit. But I've gotten my head stuck, and that was the last time I ever put my head in between something like that, because it scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to get you out. It's not a big deal.
But in the moment, what happens is I think you feel
panic,
particularly vulnerable. Because, you're there with your head stuck in the staircase.
Let me go. Oh, man, we just lost Danielle. She got her head stuck in a metal chair, and the fire department had to remove him.
I love that.
Let me go to Matt. Hi, Matt. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Casey, you and I have a friend we were talking to the other day. You said you sounded like an owl.
Who? Thanks, Dad. All right, what's up, Matt?
It's nothing crazy, but I went to Busch Gardens for Busch Gardens in Virginia, right? For a school trip, and my legs got caught in the log flume, and they had to stop because I'm pretty tall, so my legs are tall, and they got caught. I was in the front.
Okay, were you sitting in the front?
Yes.
Okay,
I can understand that.
I know what you did then. Yep, I know exactly what you did, because I have long legs too, and you can get wedged in there.
Yeah, the day before in the hotel, I had sprained my ankle, so it was pretty painful to get out. But they had to stop the log flume for about 10-15 minutes.
I assume the Coast Guard had to intercede, right?
Yeah, Army National Guard came in.
Matt, did you realize? At what point did you realize? Did you realize during the ride you were stuck, or not until the very end when you had to get out?
No, it was as we were starting to go up
the big hill.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, there are times where I think at certain points, because of my shoulders, a lot of times I'll have an issue getting out of,
right.
And you start to panic. You do start to panic because I'm going to go again, and then the thing's not completely down, and I can see that, and yes, and then of course you panic in a way that makes it worse 10 times.
I'm going to go to Bryce. Hey, Bryce. Good morning.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Bryce?
So when I was little, I was home alone, and I was playing with toy handcuffs. And, of course, I put them on behind my back. The locking mechanism broke.
Oh.
So I had to wait for my mom to get home, and then she had to take me to the police station, and they had to cut them off of me.
Yeah.
So you had a legitimate pair of handcuffs in the house.
It was like a toy. It was like the real metal, but it was a toy. Like it came with a key and everything. It was like a toy kind of. We got them at CVS or whatever.
All right.
It's a joke.
Now, did you find them in your parents' nightstand?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were fuzzy.
Hey, Bryce, did the police check on any, if there was any criminal activity before they did that?
They like questioned my mom. Like they thought that my mom put them on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mistreating me and everything. I was
Absolutely.
Like, no, I was just playing.
Oh, that's funny. Man, did you get in any trouble for that?
No trouble at all.
All right.
How many
good.
pairs
All
of
right, thanks,
handcuffs did you have? Because kids would have these detective sets
I
and
have.
police
Yeah.
sets.
Sure.
I had back cuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I've told this story on the air before, but we had the band that I was in, the very first time we ever did a photo session. Our guitarist Gary, we just had a bunch of rock and roll type clothes that we were just like mixing and matching, and it was like being in Jackie Bam Bam's closet,
Right,
trying
yeah.
to take this and that. And our buddy Jim had a belt. This was the 80s, mind you.
Yeah.
And Kathy, the belt's buckle was a pair of handcuffs.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so he took the handcuffs off, and he's like, wow, all right, look at these toy handcuffs. He goes, click, and puts it on his wrist. And he's like, oh, well, where's the switch? How to no, there's no switch. Where's the key? We don't have a key. You're kidding me. And we're in the middle of this photo session. So the pictures that we have of him, Gary is hiding his arm, and you can see the handcuffs hanging off.
Wait, the one that we see here in the studio?
Not that one.
Man.
It's a different one, but I'll see if I can find it at home. But anyway, we had to go to the fire department.
Wow.
And they ended up using a ring cutter to get it off. And but they called the police.
Just to
make sure that there wasn't some sort of, and we're all dressed like, the band Poison.
Right,
When we
right.
came rolling into the fire department, all 5 of us are there.
Hey, fire department!
Yeah.
We need your help!
Let me go to this one. Hey, Mark, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Yeah, good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, man. What's up?
So when I was in grade school, a friend of mine owned a laundromat. His family owns a laundromat. And I was real small and flexible, and I could get into the dryer, but they dared me to get into the much smaller washing machine.
Oh, no.
So, of course, I finagle my way in there. I was real flexible. I get in there, and my, buddies, they just shut it. Click, lock it.
Oh.
Now I'm in there, and I'm like, let me out. But they don't let me out.
Ooh.
And, they start pouring stuff through the top.
Dude.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh, what great friends.
Oh, yeah, they were awful friends. We were all fun to each other. But I was stuck in there. They put a little do not, out of order sign on the front, and there was this, special couple. There was something off with them. And they start, peeking through, and they're laughing at me, and I'm looking. I'm like, lady, open it. And she's, laughing. It was awful.
That's not so. So obviously you're not claustrophobic, but I don't care how not claustrophobic someone is. If you feel you're trapped in a washing machine, you're going to start
you're
freaking
not
out.
in a good position.
Yeah.
Did you panic at all?
I didn't panic, but it was more infuriating. So when I got out, they eventually let me out. I sprung out like a caged cat, And my buddy was on the phone with his mom, and they had another phone. So I picked it up, and I was like, and then I ran out. I was pissed.
For years, growing up,
Thanks, Mark.
we found my neighbors and I found a dryer drum. The drum.
Yeah.
And we would we're morons. We'd get in it and brace ourselves and roll down the hill.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to figure out this one. I have Emily. Hi, Emily. You're on the air. Morning.
Good morning, It.
Good morning to see you, Emily. I'm great. What's up?
When I was a child, back in the day, Delco, at McDade Mall, they had a moon bounce, one of the original ones. And, a nice stoner kid didn't inflate it all the way. I got stuck in the corner. It was like I was in a hot dog pack for a half an hour.
Oh, my God.
They had to deflate it because the plastic had wrapped around me.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
So you're in the corner of it's a bounce house, and so you're wedged in the corner, and you're packed in there like a hot dog.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I understand how you got stuck there. So they had to deflate it to get you out?
And it took the nice stoner kid about a half an hour to decide to, like, we can't get her out. We'll deflate it, and then we'll pull her out. And then they had to, like, peel the plastic off.
Oh, my God.
You must have been going out of your friggin' mind.
I was 7, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm going to die this way.
Oh, my God. That's too much. All right. Thank you, Emily.
Bounce
Appreciate
houses,
it.
man.
Yeah.
If they're not lifting off, they're making you feel like a hot dog.
There's another good one here. Hey, yeah, I don't understand this one. Let's go to Taylor. Hi, Taylor. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, bitches.
Hey, morning, bitch. What's up?
So back when I was in high school, I was a sophomore, and I was going to a party with seniors that I had no business going to. And I was at a friend's house trying to, like, borrow clothes because I snuck out of the house. And my one friend was just, like, smaller than me, and I tried to put on one of her shirts, but I got stuck in it, with my hands above my head, and I had to get cut out of the top with a pair of scissors.
Oh, my God. Okay, I know what
We've
you're
all
talking
had
about.
stuff like that happen when you, as a joke, try to put on something too small.
This will be funny.
It's like a Chinese finger puzzle.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. And I really thought I was going to be able to, like, squeeze my way into it, and nope. Not at all.
Oh, no.
And you panic, man. You do.
That's funny. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate it. All right, let me go to Danielle now. Hi, Danielle. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi.
So my son was about 2 years old, about 5-7 years ago, and he got his head stuck in a wrought iron chair.
Oh, okay. And
Fire department had to come cut him out of it.
Oh,
so the fire department, to Preston's earlier question, and did they ask you, I mean, were they, I assume they always have to ask a question like that when they find a kid in a precarious situation. Did they sort of interrogate you a little bit?
They asked me how he got in it because there was no way he could have gotten out.
Right.
They tried and tried and they couldn't, but they were just like, yeah, this happened.
Yeah.
And they cut him out, and the ambulance came and checked him, and he was fine. They just ruined the chair.
Yeah. On the positive side, I think every circus in the world would love to have a chair boy.
Yeah. Thank you, Danielle. All right, here's some texts that are coming in. This one says, my nephew, when he was about 3 or 4, he got his head stuck in one of those potty seats that had to go over the regular toilet. My sister and I laughed so hard. We took pictures, which upset him more. We ended up having to cut the seat off of him with a small saw.
You've got to be careful when you're doing stuff like that. Like when the fire department, like you talk about the ring cutters.
Yeah.
You got to be super careful.
This one says, when I was in pre-care, I got my head stuck twice in a chair. And I had to have the fire department come out and use the jaws of life twice to get me out.
Twice? They did it
that's
twice?
Too much. All right, so one that we've had on the Bizarre File a few times is in saunas. Sometimes there will be these chairs that have slats in them.
Yeah.
And a man will sit down in the chair with the slats, and his testicles will slide between the slats
Oh, my God.
and get stuck in there.
Wow.
I've had a couple of stories of that, and that would be like,
Kill me
that'd
now.
be terrifying.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely terrifying. Let's go next to Carl. We have Carl on the line. Hey, Carl.
Carl!
Yeah.
Good to see you!
What's up, Carl? Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo!
What you got, man?
I got some childhood trauma for you.
All right, give it.
The only reason I'm giving it is because of Stinky Balls in the studio.
Thank you, Carl.
Stinky balls.
Let's not that. Let's not
I
have
had
that be
the
a thing.
unfortunate pleasure of being dislodged by a lifeguard in a water slide due to being an obese child.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
got lodged in a water slide because you were a corpulent child.
I was a big chunky kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got stuck in the inner tube and then sent me down the slide and got lodged in the turn.
All right, I have questions. So this is a tube slide? Is
Yeah,
it okay.
At Wet and Wild.
Okay, and you were in an inner tube. Did you get stuck in the inner tube?
Yeah, my butt got stuck in the inner tube, so then when I came around where it closed in.
Oh, no. Okay, all right. So take us through this. You're going through. You're having fun.
So I'm a 12-year-old size 44 wearing.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a big boy.
Yeah.
And had to walk all the way up to the top. And then got jammed in the inner tube, and everybody had to wait.
They're waiting for you to get stuck and flushed through the system. I can't think of a bigger nightmare, and that's like out of grown-ups.
Yeah.
Did they have to deflate the inner tube to get you through?
No, he just jammed his feet in my rolls and started pushing.
Oh, he just kicked the crap out of you.
Damn, Carl.
Yeah.
Were you with friends or family?
Yeah, I was with my aunt. And, yeah.
No one would admit it. I don't know.
Dude, I'm sorry to hear that, Carl.
Yeah.
That's all right, brother. It's for Casey.
Have you gotten have you gotten over it?
No.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
No water parks.
No more water
No
parks.
more. All right, buddy. Thanks for sharing. At least we appreciate that, buddy.
Love you guys.
I love you too. See ya. Here's a text.
This is delicate.
All right. It says, I have a Prince Albert piercing.
Yeah.
And, oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. He got it stuck in another human being.
Oh.
Wow.
That's awesome.
So
he said I was able to finally work myself loose.
was it stuck in flesh or another type of contraption?
In a person.
Okay.
Yeah. In
Right.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in their mouth.
We got it.
Right.
Wow. That would
What other place could you put it, Preston?
there's a couple places. Yeah, there's a few spots for you to hit. Let me go to next Nick on the phones. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Wait, Preston, you could smell his balls?
Casey's not happy with it.
I'm sorry, Casey. I'm Delco. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, then all is forgiven.
Okay.
I'm Delco. I'm sorry.
From Bucks County, don't call
That
me
should be a shirt. I am Delco. I am sorry.
I love that.
So, speaking of Delco, Westview Park, there's a gazebo. The like poles that hold up the gazebo in the park.
Yeah. Right.
They had like a space between them. And my buddy, Greg, is very skinny, and he used to, as a joke, hide and go seek, whatever, like squeeze between them. And one time he got stuck and couldn't get out and was freaking out. He also had like a pretty big head.
Oh.
So his dad, the back door was like facing the park. His dad had to come out and like lift him up to where it got bigger, and he could like pull him out.
So let me ask you: was this like a play yard? Like was that kind of gazebo that kids climb up?
No. It was like you would have a picnic bench underneath it. You know
I
what
got
mean?
you.
Like,
Yes, now I understand.
And the legs that held up the roof,
Yeah.
they had like this weird like space between them, and he could fit, no one else could, and clearly it didn't last long. So
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
it was pretty funny to watch him freak out.
Why do kids? And it's something that
Thanks,
kids
bud.
do all the time, and it's just a natural thing to try to put your head in stuff.
Yeah, or squeeze into spaces.
squeeze into things.
I don't know. There's just something about being small and
Yeah.
maybe I can get in there, that type of thing. Let's go to Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you, Stephanie. What's up?
So about 2 years ago, I was checking the oil at an older truck. I was checking the oil, and the spring broke, and the hood slammed down.
The hood slammed down on your arm.
Oh, my God. Wait, on what part of your body?
On my arm. It was the upper part of my arm.
Okay.
And were you locked there? What happened?
It was locked there. It was on my arm. And I was out there by myself just checking the oil before I took the kids to school, and had no phones because I was just checking the oil to start the truck.
Right.
And was screaming for them.
Dude.
And they finally came out. They were 11 and 9 at the time, and they had to run across and get my neighbor to come over and free my arm.
Oh, wow.
Man, your mom's a hood ornament.
And nothing broken, thankfully, right?
No, I don't know how. Nothing was broken, but severely bruised.
Yeah, well, that's always like a vicious attack in a movie when someone slams a
hood or
down
car
on
door or
somebody,
something
yeah.
like that. Absolutely.
In fact, it's the first episode of Reacher case.
Yeah.
He slams a car door on a guy's head.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You bet. All right, Amanda's been on hold for a while. I'll go to her. Hi there, Amanda.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Amanda. What's up?
So back when I was in college, me and my friends, we went into one of the dorms that had an elevator, and we got stuck. It got stuck in between the floor. It took campus security to get there for like almost an hour, it felt like.
Okay.
We were stuck in between the floors, and of course, everybody had to come see what was going on. And me and my friends were just standing there. We're like, we're stuck, and they were like, "Oh, well, you have too many people in here." It was only 3 of us in the elevator.
Yeah, if an elevator can't lift 3 people, it shouldn't call itself an elevator. But though, when you were in an elevator like that, and in the situation you were in, there are a tremendous amount of critically horrible mistakes you can make. Sometimes people try to wiggle their way out, when they're between floors, and you've had countless stories of that going poorly.
Well, when it can start moving on you and then cut you in half.
Yeah.
It's horrible. What'd you end up doing, Amanda?
Well, we got out finally. I have a fear of elevators now.
Yeah.
It's also, we watched Final Destination right before we got in the elevator, so we're all a little freaked out.
Sure. But, as with anything involving an elevator, it has its ups and downs.
Come on!
My sister used to be terrified of elevators. Like when we would go on a family trip, she would just be scared to death we would be staying anywhere above the first floor. And she just had a complete fear of them getting stuck in it.
My nephew-in-law, we were going to Madison Square Garden, and we were going to get into an elevator to go up to a certain, area where our seats were. Terrified. Okay, we'll just take the stairs. Well, it wasn't steps. It was an escalator. That wasn't cutting it either. I'm like, we have no way of getting in the goddamn building.
Running out of options here.
Pick your option. Yeah.
Wow. Grace is on next. Hi there, Grace.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. What's up, Grace?
Wow.
So I used to live in my childhood home, which was right next to a replica castle from Scotland. And in the basement of this castle, which was open on weekends for people to go in and explore, there was a dungeon. And when I was a teenager, we would always sneak between the jail bars of the dungeon and the basement to go hang out with, like, the plastic skeletons that were down there. And puberty did me kind of dirty one summer, and I got halfway through the bars, but my boobs had grown so much that I got stuck directly between, the left and the right on the sternum, and I couldn't slip back out.
Oh, no.
So you were motorboating the pirate. Yeah.
All right, question. Was this on an occasion that you had snuck in there?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes before closing, and we were neighbors, so we knew everyone, and they would just kind of let us in the back door sometimes.
Yeah.
And I got stuck for 2.5 hours, and my brothers were there.
Oh, no.
I refused to let my brothers call anyone or tell anyone what was going on.
So how did you finally get extricated from this?
Eventually we found like a shoehorn. Stop it. And we kind of wedged myself back out. It was mortifying.
You shoehorned your boobs?
Wow.
Yeah, I was very bruised. And I've never done anything like that since. I refuse.
May I ask, are you pretty buxom, Grace?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
you know, you'll see
still
people.
am, yeah.
Well, people will do that. Well, that'll happen when they're in gyms, when they're passing between pieces of equipment. Does that happen to you occasionally?
Yeah, I always go the widest route. I never sneak between equipment. I refuse. I take the normal path.
No, you've been scarred, emotionally scarred.
2.5 hours too. That's crazy. Wow. All right. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate it. What I don't understand the exercise equipment.
So sometimes they'll put exercise equipment close to each other.
Okay.
And people, rather than going around, will try to go between the machines.
I gotcha.
And there are things jutting out that you think you can clear and you can't.
Wow. It's a panicky situation, but when it happens to someone else, it's pretty funny.
It is hilarious.
The video of this guy stuck in an urn is so funny because he's squatted down.
Yeah.
So he's number one, he's shorter than everyone else.
He looks like a dwarf.
And he has no, it's about like his belly button down. He's obscured into this thing.
Get me out of this thing.
Totally. That's what it's like. And everybody's got to laugh. Everybody's drunk and they're laughing at him. And and at that point, it's not funny to him anymore, which makes it even
Looks like he's going to get shot out of a cannon.
Which makes it even funnier. So, well, it happens. And that's why when you have a moment where you think, I think I can fit in there, don't do it.
Think better of it.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea. Kathy, I've been told that Marissa, and this is from an earlier conversation we had, has isolated some clips of people that we can have you try lip reading on.
Oh, okay.
So she's taken some clips, I think, from movies or shows or something like that of people talking, and we'll put these up on the big screen. And then we have the audio to play back. We'll have you say what you think it is, and then we'll play the audio of what it is. Because I want to see Kathy thinks she could be a good lip reader.
Oh, well, now, as I said before, I saw a few Daily Rush videos of Kathy proving her uncanny abilities with these things. So I'm going to say she can. But I'm curious to see how it is.
Okay.
We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's take a break and come back in a moment. Remember, secret text word today, Third Eye Blind and Yellow Card Arizona tickets in July 12th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Text the word secret to 39333. We'll be back in just a second, so hang out, please.
The best.
Down, no doubt, the movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, almost famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashiell, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, a good morning
thank
to
you.
Sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
So
there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, he gave its own life, and that to be able to do that and not just kind of zone out and get into okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, just for fun, teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things when encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem what he's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other little things that I had to learn at the beginning, which was saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So yeah.
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative, and he made made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart.
Yeah.
But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of. You know,
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this. And I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this, like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that. And I don't think, we need to expect that from.
The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be, you see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read that, even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that.
Yeah.
At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. I was like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights, because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? Like, I don't know, Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know.
Yes,
right?
no, that's absolutely true.
With Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy quiz.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Is that Lover's Lane like in the Phoenixville area? Because I know a Lover's Lane over there. Okay.
It is not. I believe, did I say it was in Delaware?
I don't know. But I found myself on that road one time, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I saw the street sign, and I'm like, that's awesome.
Did you actually have a Lover's Lane in your growing up? We actually did.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, you meaning a place where people go make
where
out?
they would go to make out, and it was a slightly higher altitude. It was Long Island, so it wasn't like it was a mountain range, but it was an elevated area that kind of looked over the town.
No, I didn't have that, but I did 69 a girl in a Montessori parking lot one time.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
And God was watching.
I don't know. And it was in the daytime, too. Isn't that stupid?
Well, I hope school wasn't.
No, it was summer. Cat.
So what was that? Was that 69 lane?
No, it must have been.
Oh, we're going up to 69 lane.
Steve, for us, for our high school, I went to Conestoga, which is in Berwyn, and the Lover's Lane, the makeout place, was the Arch in Valley Forge. Yeah, and like they would go, and you wouldn't see them for like 3 days. No, the Arch in Valley Forge National Park.
right.
And it got so bad that the Rangers had to start like parking there and telling the kids to get the hell out. Yeah.
The Arc de Triomphe replica that
Whatever
they have
that's
there?
called, yeah.
No kidding.
The National Arch or whatever, yeah.
That actually is kind of a cool place.
Yeah,
and it's historical too.
It got bad because of there were just too many kids there making out, and probably Preston 6 and 9 at some point.
Yeah, at some point.
So the Lover's Lane was in Princeton.
Okay. Princeton. Okay. All right. We're going to try something out. Now, part of this is going to be dumb because you're not going to hear anything, and it's a visual thing, but we get to play back the responses. We were talking about the Golden Globes, and there was this thing with Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner, and there were two other people, Selena Gomez and Taylor Swift, and they were talking, and a lip reader said that they were talking about Timothy Chalamet and Kendall Jenner.
I pointed out that the Daily Mail has been doing this thing now where they have this, I guess, on-staff lip reader that tells them what things like royals are saying across a crowded room.
Right.
And I was wondering how viable that was.
Well, Kathy said she thinks maybe she could be a lip reader. Yeah. You think you're pretty good at it.
People who are hearing impaired a lot of them will practice lip reading.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of them are really, really good at it. So what Marissa went and put this upon herself, and she has taken some clips from a couple of different celebrities of them speaking on camera. And what we have is we've got these monitors here in the studio. So what we'll do is we will show Kathy the video of this celebrity speaking, and she will try to interpret what it is they're saying. And then we have the audio of that to play back and see how close she got to it.
So the thing for me is I have to be able to see I'm going to have to be able to see their lips. That's my problem is my eyesight. So
do you want to get up close to the big screen?
Well, I'm hoping I can see it on the one right above us.
Do you need the lights? Are the lights too much for you? Glare?
No, I think it's all right.
We want to give you optimum conditions.
All right, so we're going to roll some video, and we'll just have to, you're just going to have to sit here and wait till Kathy takes a look. But do you want to write down what you think they're saying, or do you want to say it out loud as they're saying it? What do you think?
Why
don't you try
Whatever you want to do.
All right. Look, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how the first one goes.
All right.
I'll be prepared to do both.
Now, these are 30 seconds long.
All right.
This is a lot. There's no way you're going to get all this. So we could do just like the beginning.
10
And
seconds.
If we need to roll it back, Marissa, if we need to roll it back so she sees it again, we can do that. All right, let's pull the first video. We're going to do Oprah first. Okay, this is Oprah Winfrey.
All right.
And can you see her lips okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, wait. Start. You got to start over. Start.
See, they're
start.
coming in, they're
We're
coming in
zooming
closer.
in. Hang on.
Yeah.
We're zooming in. We'll start it from the beginning as
Okay.
well, please.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
You want to retract her earlier,
Stop.
Steve?
All right, stop.
What? No, she says what? Stop.
Oh yeah, that's all she
In,
said.
in the middle of it.
What stop? Me, Flarf.
Oh God.
No.
It's harder.
Well,
than
off
you
to a
thought.
solid start.
Okay. I have no idea. I have
Why
no
don't
idea.
you try and throw a tennis ball on the roof and see if you can do that instead?
There's no way. No, when we said this, if you mouthed something to me, Preston, that's what I thought
All right,
maybe.
If I mouth something.
Here, let
Yes,
me try
right.
quickly. I'm going to say something.
Not
I will
looking at
mouth
Oprah.
something. Well, no,
All right.
because if I mouth, all right.
What?
All right, here.
What if she put
I
her
just wanna
head?
get
What if you
something.
put headphones on
Yeah.
with a different audio, and then we could actually talk? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I think it's the
No.
talking. I think
Okay.
it would have to be enunciated for me to be able to read it. I have
about-
no idea what Oprah's saying.
I'll say something.
All right, okay.
Right.
I'm going outside.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
All right.
easy.
Nailed
You,
it.
you were very much.
I was very gesticulating.
and you were opening your mouth quite a bit. If I'm just talking to somebody,
Yeah.
let's see if Kathy could. I'm
right,
going
wait.
to be taking the case.
Well, but
off.
face
By
me,
the way,
face me.
Oprah's still
Face me.
prattling on.
All right, here we go.
That's stupid.
This is stupid.
This is
Okay.
stupid.
Yeah. So okay.
But even I could get it. And she's a master at this. You just saw the way she dismantled Oprah.
By the way, I'm looking at the transcript of what Oprah said. She didn't say stop anywhere.
No.
No, I think she might have said, "I have never in my life experienced anything like that." It was I couldn't speak.
Here,
I
let's
couldn't
see.
scream.
I've never in my life experienced anything like that.
Wow.
It was.
You good, Casey?
I couldn't speak.
You nailed it, Casey.
Wow,
Man.
I'm good.
It's almost like you're reading it. Do you have another one?
Yeah, you want to try Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, let's try
Ryan Reynolds.
Maybe
That
he
makes
opens
more
his
sense.
mouth
Yeah,
a little bit more than Oprah does. Okay, pull up the video, please.
You know, Oprah eats a lot of bread.
Kathy, watch the video. Here we go.
All right.
There's no way, right?
No, it's too fast that he has a beard. Can
All right.
you see his
But
lips?
that's the thing about lip reading. People don't.
Yeah.
They're not mouthing
Yeah,
for you. They.
All right,
you
all
know.
That's right.
So we've determined I'm not a lip reader. All right.
His mouth
I
is moving
had
too fast.
such faith. He has a beard and he's talking too fast. Do you have another one?
Yeah, we
Let's
have
try
one.
another
We
one.
have one more.
Okay,
Can
one
you
more.
see
All right.
clearly?
All right, let's see.
Yeah, can you see? She's not complaining about not being able to see.
No, yeah, I
so.
can see the fine.
All right, this is Jennifer Lopez,
Oh, I
and
got
she's
this.
talking about. I'll even give you
yeah, okay, thanks.
context.
Okay.
She's talking about what she wants to do next.
Oh, okay.
What she wants
All
to
right.
do next.
All right,
Okay.
Here you go.
go ahead.
I want to keep singing and dancing. I love it. It's my passion. And there's a girl on a radio station in Philadelphia.
Okay, shut up.
Wait, is she talking about Marissa?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a crack at this besides Kathy?
We started over.
My husband was the best screen Batman ever.
All right, here we go.
I want to go appropriate.
Make not fart.
Yeah, I once it's. I think she starts with "I want to," and then I lost it after that.
I think when trying to learn lip reading, you probably start slow.
Yeah,
You don't just jump right in with an inch.
You don't just dive right in with people rambling out. And no, she says, well, we have the clip here.
Okay.
Nick,
Let's
you
hear it.
almost got a word right.
Nice.
I mean, I still think I want to do a proper musical.
Proper.
No, I saw her say "I want to do."
Yes.
Yeah,
You got that.
Guess
part
what I
right.
want to do.
Right. We can really
We
kindred
Yeah.
spirits.
But I want to.
Yeah.
Me and
they're
J
just,
Lo.
That's what I want to do.
Where do you think she got that?
all right. This is not going to work.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Nope.
What else we got?
All right.
Well, why don't you recite the dialogue to Tron?
Well, we have other things. I actually have some pretty good stuff from the Just Saying Institute. If you're
Okay.
interested there, I think that'd be nice to discuss some of the things available.
Just Saying Institute, home of the Kathy Romano Lip Reading College.
Yes.
We have no students.
All right, these are scientific studies. We're going to go with this one to begin with. For over 150 years, I had no idea. This has been a mystery. And the mystery is why urine from the human body comes out as yellow. They have never known why.
One of the great mysteries.
Yes.
Wow.
A new study published on Wednesday in the journal Nature Microbiology has cracked the yellow code. Researchers from the University of Maryland and the National Institute of Health say that they've identified bilirubin as the key enzyme that makes...
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Billy Rubin, and I'm responsible for the color of your piss.
Yeah.
I've always heard, Preston, and I don't know if this pertains to any further in the article, but that when you have a lot of vitamin C, that it will make your urine a brighter yellow.
That's like B12 will make it like neon.
Yeah, I don't know. Or if you eat beets,
yeah,
it definitely has a purplish red look to it.
Have you ever had... So I've actually peed blood after the biopsy years ago for the prostate cancer, but having beets and a lot of them,
it'll scare you.
It'll scare the F out of you.
If you don't remember that you ate beets the day before, you're like, oh my God, what's going on?
I'm peeing blood.
Yeah, so my friend had a lacerated kidney, I believe. He fell off his bike and went to the emergency room, and they were about to let him go. They're okay, checks out, you broke your arm, whatever. And he's like, okay, I just got to use the bathroom real quick. And he straight up pissed blood.
Wow.
Like, it wasn't like, oh, it's a little pink or a little bit red. No, it was like ragu coming out.
Oh, my God. And what ended up being what happened to him?
Well, that's when they found out. Yeah, they were like, who's got noodles?
I got a bag.
Yeah, no, so he ended up having to stay in the ICU.
And he had a what? I'm sorry, I forgot.
A lacerated kidney.
Oof.
Yeah.
My goodness. So urine constitutes a blend of water, electrolytes, and waste that is filtered out by the kidneys. Scientists had identified urobilin as the culprit behind the yellow pigmentation in urine in 1868, but what caused the color had baffled researchers until recently.
By the way, Kathy's reading your lips right now. She's not listening to you.
The process occurs when red blood cells reach the end of their life cycle at 6 months and degrade into the bright orange pigment bilirubin.
It sounds like a sandwich at a deli. I'll have a bilirubin and a cream soda.
Billy. It's spelled Bilirubin. I can't see any other pronunciation.
Billy Rubin.
What's that?
It might be bilirubin.
No, I think you're right. Bilirubin.
Bilirubin.
I just had mine tested.
Your urine?
Your bilirubin?
Bilirubin, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like during a urine test.
Oh, okay.
He's Billy Rubin, a mischievous kid.
Typically, the pigment begins seeping into the gut, where it may either be excreted or partially reabsorbed.
And next to Bobby Poo Poo.
Microorganisms in the intestines can transform bilirubin into various other molecules. The doctor said gut microbes encode the enzyme bilirubin, reducased, I don't know, that converts bilirubin into a colorless byproduct called urobilinogen.
Okay.
Does it have anything to do with bile? Because before you started on this whole bilirubin thing, I was thinking that bile had something to do.
Urobilinogen.
Oh, there you go.
Then spontaneously degrades into the molecule called urobilin, which is responsible for the yellow color that we are all familiar with.
So my friend Matt texted me, and he's
the doctor.
Is a scientist, and he says bilirubin is what makes your eyes yellow.
Yes.
If you have liver failure.
Yeah, so that's why this is important. So the plan is to take next step to human studies. They said the discovery could usher in other medical breakthroughs to help people combat things like inflammatory bowel disease and jaundice.
Yeah,
which is the yellowing there.
Have you ever seen somebody with jaundice?
Yeah, it's weird.
It's pretty wild.
Specifically, premature infants with high jaundice rates. In addition to jaundice and inflammatory bowel disease, the gut microbe has been linked to various diseases and conditions from allergies to arthritis. So this is an important discovery, apparently.
It's that old Billy Rubin.
Yeah. Billy.
Billy Rubin, baby.
Billy Rubin.
Oh, Billy. Rubin.
All right, so I got some other things. How about this little study that was done? Whether you sleep on the left or right side of the bed says a lot about the type of person that you are, according to experts. Those on the left are, and by the way, this is how they describe what, because I describe left or right as me sitting in the bed.
Right, laying down okay.
They are describing it the other way, as if you are standing at the foot of the bed, looking at the headboard.
That's what I was
So,
thinking.
all right, so you're standing at the foot of the bed, looking at the bed. So, okay.
Yep. So those on the left are thought to be more creative and confident, while those on the right are more logical and analytical.
That makes no sense because I don't sleep on the I sleep on the idiot side of the bed.
On the creative side?
No, he's
creative and
he's
confident?
actually sleeping in a chair.
So a survey of 2,000 Americans asked the participants which side of the bed they slept on and how they would describe their personality. The left or right side of the bed was defined, like I said, from the perspective standing at the foot of the bed. The study, by one poll on behalf of Slumber Cloud, found that those who sleep on the left side were more likely to report traits associated with more relaxed character type, such as cheerful and imaginative. Those who slept on the right were more generally negative in attitude. However, they also tend to earn more money.
I think there's a nuance here. What if you're sleeping on the left side of the bed, but you're sleeping on your side facing right?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Preston, you have two homes. Do you sleep on the same side of the bed in both homes?
I do not.
Me neither.
Yeah. And I've realized after reading this where I prefer to sleep. Now, I sleep on whatever side has a nightstand next to it.
Okay.
Because that's where I'll have my phone and my water.
And your banana.
And that is where I will want to be near.
Yeah.
So that's how I never realized it. I'm like, but that's how I'll choose my side.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you if you knew why, because no matter where I go, hotel room, house, I sleep closest to the bathroom.
Yeah,
Okay.
So it's easier for me to get out of bed and go to the bathroom if I have to. And I don't get up a lot in the middle of the night. It's just like, I don't know, it's subconsciously, I want to be closer to it.
I sleep closest to the door.
Yeah. So
Okay.
my wife, it just so happens, Kathy, that same thing. She sleeps closest to the bathroom, but in both houses, it's also the one closest to the door. So
we could sleep together.
We could. But I don't recall ever picking the side of the bed that I slept on. I just, so the joke is that, she's like the man in the house because she sleeps closest to the door. But I didn't choose either side. I just chose what was left. If that makes any sense.
Well, you let her make the choice, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So experts have previously suggested that choice of sleeping position could be influenced by different levels of activity between both sides of the brain. For instance, brain regions involved in emotion may be more active on the left side in some, which could explain the preference inside. Study also highlighted that other factors such as convenience come into play when choosing which side of the bed people sleep on, like Kathy's choice to be near the bathroom and us near the night table.
You're a stomach sleeper or a side? You're a side sleeper, yes?
I have to sleep on the side. I have apnea, so if I sleep on my back, I will I'll wake up like that. So I've trained myself to just sleep on my side because I was not doing the CPAP thing. I tried it and it's too hard for me to sleep with. And I've also
Would you ever use a sump pump?
I should try that. I've also looked into other things. I haven't looked deep enough into the options of sleep apnea, but I need to.
Most nights, Preston and Steve, you guys have your own beds? So,
yes, own bed, own bedroom.
So do you sleep on a side of the bed or do you sleep in the middle of the bed?
I sleep on the side closest to the door, which in my case is the left side. So if you're facing the bed, it'd be the right side.
Right.
I sleep near the nightstand.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to be near water. I roll over and take a drink. Yep.
Because I don't, like, if we stay in a hotel or something like that, like Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
I don't, like, I have this whole bed to myself, but I still sleep in this one little sliver. I don't
Well, you don't
understand
want to have to, slide to get off the bed, so you sleep on the edges.
Yeah, you just roll over.
Right,
and you can slide out as opposed to having to kind of shimmy.
No, when I have pets all over and I do usually have 2 or 3 pets on the bed, and they're on all different sides, I've got to do that limbo out of the sheets to get to the bottom of the bed.
I don't think I have any rhyme or reason to where I sleep on the bed.
Really?
When I
No
sleep
preference.
When I'm in the same bed as Andrea, I'm on the left side. She's on the right side. When I sleep alone in the week, I'm on the right side. Casey, when I'm in a hotel, like for a camp out, I'm kind of all over the place. And in fact, sometimes I like kind of going diagonal.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what it is about it, but
I'll do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Preston, and Steve, I'm like you guys. I like it cool with a fan going and as many pillows as possible. So I have friends in the bed.
There you go.
And a prostitute.
All right.
Well,
here's another study I want to share
sleepovers
with you guys from the Just Saying Institute. About 80% of cannabis users have mixed weed and working out, and a new study has revealed that there could be a method to what some may call madness. Researchers at the University of Colorado Boulder conducted a first-of-kind study that found smoking weed before hitting the gym increases motivation and enjoyment. I disagree with this.
Oh, I
wholeheartedly.
agree with it, though, because back in the day when I used to go to Bally's at the Grand Era Mall, I would always do that before
Come
I
on,
went to
man,
work.
empty the bong.
Partake before working out. And why would that be? Did you find it more? Did you find it more enjoyable? That's what they're saying in the study, because some people do.
I found it more enjoyable. I think, and this is
You fell in with a bad gym crowd?
Well, this is also going back 24 years, so it's tough to recall. But I recalled back then, doing an activity right after that was always better. Like if I did that and was inactive for any amount of time, then I just stayed inactive.
So I was talking to my son about marijuana and usage, and he's a student, and I said, listen, it's fine if you want to do that, okay? And it's illegal in most places now, anyhow. And I just said,
be the best at it.
No, I just said, make sure that you get done whatever you need to get done first. Because it is the great demotivator in my mind.
That's been your experience.
Yes, it is the great demotivator. However, when it comes time to like straightening up and cleaning and getting projects done like that, I don't mind it then. It actually kind of
that's where you find pot you forgot about.
That's true. You can stumble across a little stash.
Wow.
But working out, no, definitely not. I do not want any part of that. I've tried it. Participants, here's how they did it. The participants,
You don't want any bit of this.
They hopped on
Trust me.
treadmills for 30 minutes after using the drug and found not only did time appear to pass by, it says, but the workout felt harder than when they ran sober. Well, I don't want it to be harder. You know what I mean?
Well, you want it to you want to get a workout. You don't want it to be a false perception of difficulty.
Yeah.
So that's why you got to stick with the cocaine.
The team suspected that the runner's high stemmed from the drug tapping into naturally produced brain chemicals that made individuals feel euphoric and alert. The runner's high is likely caused by chemicals in the brain called endogenous cannabinoids, which can kick in after longer workouts. I've definitely had that kind of endorphin rush you get after working out, and it's great.
Does that have any relationship to the Billy Pee-Pee stuff?
No, I don't think the Billy Rubin is part of this. The study included 42 participants who already run while using cannabis. They were asked questions periodically to assess how motivated they felt, how much they enjoyed themselves, how hard the workout felt, how quickly time seemed to pass, and their pain levels. And across the board, participants reported greater enjoyment and more intense euphoria or a runner's high when exercising after using cannabis.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't smoke weed because of what it does to my lungs. I have, but I don't like doing it very often. I like edibles. I feel like they do wonders for me. However, if I were to smoke, I don't think that I could do any exercise afterwards just because of what it does to my lungs.
The respiratory aspect of it.
Like getting on a treadmill after smoking weed to me would be counterproductive and painful.
That's why I used to mainline heroin on the treadmill, and it was problematic.
You did it while running?
While running.
That's
And I'm
really,
like,
really difficult.
Oh my God, it was so hard finding a vein.
Yeah. So when I was doing that, it was all weight training, so there was no cardiovascular stuff going on there.
Okay. Might be the difference. So, But anyway, it's an interesting study, so thought I'd pass
Would
along.
you ever do peyote while deadlifting?
The only way to do it.
I mentioned earlier Kathy's ability to discern bottled water.
Yes, like her lip reading.
Yes, a lot like that. Spot on. And I saw this story. A new study has found that the average bottle of water contains nearly 250,000 fragments of nanoplastics.
Yeah.
Plastic
more
particles
than they thought.
so small that they can potentially gum up the machinery of human cells.
I don't drink bottled water all that much. I have, not a Stanley, but I prefer to drink out of
A
those
Mrs.
things.
Roper.
Yeah.
The findings published on Monday in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences open a disturbing window into a largely unmapped corner of plastic pollution.
Well, I read this article and I said, you know what, I've been wanting to pull the trigger on getting a good water bottle. So I got one of the ones, I ordered one that has the handle that you can, I like the large mouth thing, not the tiny little sippy straw.
Yeah.
And so I ordered that because I will use like one bottle of bottled water for a while and clean it out and all that so that I'm not constantly cycling through and, adding to the plastic problem.
Yeah, I have a neoprene bottle that I use. So that one doesn't have, I don't know, what is that, BPA or something like that?
Yeah, liverwurst.
No, what is it? BPA?
It's BPA free. The only reason I even know anything about it is like when the kids were little and their bottles, We wanted to make sure that they were BPA free.
Mine is WAP certified.
Oh, that's good too.
Marissa, what was that? Speaking of the Stanley Cups, what was that product you sent me a link to the other day?
Ooh,
Do you remember?
Remember, it began with an O. It was the new style, like the new TikTok trend.
That is supplanted Stanley already?
The Stanley thing is still happening.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still definitely stories coming out of people getting in line for those, but apparently this is the next big water bottle thing that's coming up.
While I'm looking for that, Kathy, have you seen the story from estheticians who are saying that young kids are going to start getting wrinkles around their lips from the sucking motion, like a la
Of what?
of the straws.
straw.
Like the same thing with like cigarette
Listen,
mouth.
I people sent that to me 100 times. I was like, stop taking duck photos and stop doing duck lips, and
Right.
you're
Yeah.
also going to be okay. Yeah, look, Preston, like,
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Straws have been around for ages.
Yeah.
I mean, shut up.
Cavemen used them.
Yeah. Remember that?
They're sucking a stone.
Snap a reed off.
I can't get anything through this.
Drink out of the river, but you can't find it, Marissa? It's
Wait,
okay.
it'll be a second.
It starts with an O. Well, I'm done with the story, so that's
great.
why I'm asking.
Keep stalling.
Speaking of cavemen, if we're going to stall,
Awala.
That's it.
Steve, did you see
Owala? Sorry to interrupt. Can you spell that?
OWALA water bottle.
Okay, there you go. Just wanted to get that. All right, Nick. cavemen.
Yes, cavemen. Did you
Geico
see
commercial?
Nope, the Crudes. There's a very funny scene where they take a selfie, and what they do is this coconut rolls off, and then a string pulls this rock, and the rock falls down and then smashes all of them in the face. And then it leaves their imprint on the rock. And I saw it yesterday, and I only brought it up in an attempt to stall because it was a funny scene.
Well, that would be one of the few funny things on the Crudes.
No, it's a good movie.
I have something that ties in with that because you said it smashes into him and leaves an impression. Carter was telling me, I guess this is the thing. Are you familiar with the 5-pointed star?
No, but I'm watching the scene in the movie right now.
Okay, well, I'm happy for you.
5-pointed star.
Yeah, it's where if you give someone a 5-pointed star, it's where you smack them on a fairly large part of the body and it leaves a handprint.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it was called a 5-pointed star. So Carter had his friend Lauren do it to him, hit him on the back. And I mean, it's a solid red imprint of her
that's the
hand.
purpose, is to leave that hand imprint that looks like a star?
Yeah. And you ask for one. I'll show you guys a photo.
Is it like the Dave Matthews slapping thing? Okay, we're looking at one right now.
Yeah, there you go. So
Wow.
this is Carter's back.
Oh,
right
my
there.
God.
Yeah, so.
How hard are you getting hit?
Oh, pretty damn hard.
I almost want to ask you to do it to me, but I don't want to.
I don't want to
You don't want to get hurt. Okay, well, I won't do it. So, all right. Anyway, we're moving on. There's plastic in plastic bottles.
Okay.
In case you didn't know that. Dear God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What?
The average American loses 113 nights of sleep, or loses 113 nights because of bad sleep, according to a survey of 2,000 Americans.
Not me.
No.
I have a sleep number bed, Preston.
There you go.
Good point.
65% say a bad night's sleep is enough to ruin the next day, and anxiety keeps respondents up for 3 hours past their bedtime.
So I used to have erratic sleep patterns, and I talk about it in these sleep number commercials. But I'm a straight talker, straight shooter. I haven't had that in the longest time.
My left shoulder's been bugging me, and it's causing me to sleep bad these days. But I'm really tired today. I was really tired yesterday, and it's just because I can't get comfortable.
Really?
And it's the only way I can sleep good is that way. But if my shoulder's bothering me,
Do you think you could sleep like the Lost Boys? Inverted?
I could try.
So there's a specific position you have to be in, and you have to hold that position.
If I want to,
And you're not going to.
sleep well. No,
You're gonna
I mean,
shift.
Well, so it takes a little while for me to get my arm in a position where it doesn't bother me and hurt, and then I'm like, okay, and then I'll do that for a little bit, and then I'll wake up from arm pain, like an hour or two later.
All right, I know what you mean. I have, I still have those little twitches in my muscles. They're, oh my God, I can't believe it. Benign fasciculations. And sometimes I'll be laying and my arm is twitching and I have to move into another position before I find the position where I'm not moving around like that. And it sucks.
And it doesn't
Keeps you
help
awake.
that Fozzie just has to be touching me when he's sleeping at the foot of the bed. And so that doesn't help us either. Help us either.
That doesn't help us either.
That doesn't help us either. Mr. Potter, that doesn't help us either.
So when I find myself in those evenings where and a lot of times it's just hard to fall asleep.
Edibles?
Hard to get to sleep. Well, that definitely...
Does that help?
I've recently found one that does, yeah. And I've been using that the last 3 nights. But I try not to, if I'm having a hard time falling asleep, I don't do anything in particular. Like I won't wake up and put the TV on or get up and walk around. Or I just kind of lay there and wait and see if it'll happen or not. You know? I'll do the breathing technique, Kathy. I still do that.
And do you guys find that effective?
I'd say, Kathy, maybe, 7 times out of 10 it works.
Yeah, I'd say most times it works for me, unless it's like a really bad, like almost like insomnia night. Then it's not going to work.
Right. Which is, if you don't know, it's called, I think it's called 875 or something like that.
It's the phone number.
You breathe in deeply through your nose for 8 seconds, and then you hold it for 7 seconds, and then, then you breathe out through your mouth for 4 seconds. It's longer at the beginning. It gets shorter as it goes along.
I think it's 4, 7, 8. It's breathe in 4, hold 7, breathe out 8.
Oh, maybe that's it. Okay.
8675309.
But it works. I mean, a lot of times it'll work. You do it like 5 or 6 times in a row, and then next thing you know, you're
Don't you wake up, though, to the part, Johnny, I got your number.
But it says here, common sleep cures respondents have tried include reading, warm milk, CBD, and melatonin.
So the warm milk I tried years ago, and no, it didn't do anything. No.
Yeah, the problem with me and melatonin is it'll put me to sleep, right? So let's say I want to be asleep by 10. I should take the melatonin by 9, and then I'll be able to fall asleep by 10. But at 11:30, boom, I just wake up.
What time do you fall asleep on any given night? I mean, during the week, work week.
I've been trying to go to bed earlier, so I'm trying to be asleep by 11.
I went to bed last night sleeping. I was out at 8:30.
Yeah, no, but I'm going to bed at 9.
I go up to bed at 9 and I go to sleep at 11.
Yeah, but the issue now is that when I go to bed earlier, it's when are you going to go to bed so early?
So call me if we're both up.
Yeah.
What are you watching? We can do like when Harry Met Sally and watch rom-coms together.
We could do that.
I now try to head to bed at 8:15 and be asleep by 9 if I can.
Man, God bless you. I could not do that.
Because doing the math, that gives me just under 7 hours of sleep. I should be actually sleeping more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's my problem is by the time I get done with the things that I need to get done for the day, I got an hour to play with, and that's it.
Doctors say
time.
The optimum amount of sleep is 4 hours.
But you don't go to bed at 11? What time?
No. I go to bed at 9.
You don't fall asleep till 11. What time do you wake up?
Well, now 4:15.
Oh, dude.
I know.
Man, no, thank you. All right.
But the hope is that if I don't nap in the afternoon, that I'm so tired that I can go up to bed at 8. But it doesn't.
And that hasn't happened yet?
Do you think it was because you were so tired you installed that ceiling fan wrong?
No, it's because I'm an idiot.
I was thinking about that the other day.
No, I installed it right. It was just the wrong size.
You lost the power last night?
Yeah, and so that kept me up a little bit.
And then anytime that ever happens to me, it screws me up in the morning, too.
Mm-hmm.
Did it screw you up this morning?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I got zero sleep last night.
Yeah, so I think I fell
I'm in a great mood.
I noticed. I think I fell asleep close to 11 last night, even though I went to bed earlier than that. And then the power clicked back on, I think at 12:30, 1 o'clock, because it woke me up because the light went on, and then I heard a beep, and then I couldn't fall back asleep for a little bit.
When the power goes off, so that was one of the big issues with me getting the generator for the house, is the anxiety over the power going out and having everything effed up was enough to ruin a night's sleep. With a storm like the way we were dealing with it last night, I would have been on pins and needles wondering what the hell was going to happen. So with the generator, it does remove that fear.
You know what I just realized? I use a backup alarm clock. I use my phone as my main alarm, and then 2 minutes later, I have another alarm ready to go off on a regular plug-in-the-wall digital clock. But I just realized there's a 9-volt battery in that clock that I plug into the wall.
Yes.
And when power has gone out, that thing has been blinking. Isn't that 9-volt battery
It's
supposed to be the backup for that?
That's my understanding.
What the F?
Who the hell? So I have an atomic clock that has a 9-volt battery in it. So, I lower the rods into the coolant when I go to sleep.
A decaying isotope.
Right,
as well.
right, absolutely. I put on my huge outfit with my large gloves. I said it. No, but so I'm backed up. That's my big fear. There's nothing worse. I mean, obviously, getting run over by a speeding
bad.
train is bad. But waking up, and being late for work.
I think I have a serious problem. I mean, like, seriously.
Insomnia level?
Insomnia, yeah.
Really?
Because every time I fall asleep, I wake back up 5 minutes later, and then I can't fall back asleep. I've tried not napping. I'm a little concerned about myself.
Does Andrea play the cello? Because if she could play you to sleep every night.
Not yet.
Okay. Does she even love you if she doesn't play the cello for you at night?
That's a question for her.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Do you guys have
Once the cello goes out of the relationship?
This happened to me last night. It happens, I don't want to say quite often, but it does happen often, where I'll just be very, very, very close. In fact, I might actually be asleep, and then all of a sudden, my body has a jolt.
Yes.
In, like, every extremity, like my head, my hands, my arms. Okay.
Like a spasm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I have it too.
It's like but it's not a spasm. It's more of like a...
And then you're awake for a while afterwards?
Yeah. Hold on. Is it like an electrical pulse? Like, boom. Like somebody, clear, and then they hit you. Because that's what mine is like.
Really?
Kind of like that, but I'm not spasming. You know what I mean? So, like, my body's not moving. But
Like night tremors?
But it's like a bump. I don't know how to describe it.
Hang on.
Talking about?
Yeah.
You
do?
I physically jerk.
Yes,
like that.
Oh, I do all the time.
What about?
Maybe that's why I'm not falling asleep. I need.
Is
to
that what you're
physically jerk
talking
first.
about?
No.
Then I don't understand.
Yeah, it's because my body's not going like jerking, but there is
It's more a repetitive stroke.
It's like a nice soft until the end. Then you go hard.
I think it's what's happening to you, Preston. He's just describing it differently.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay.
But you feel like a jolt of sorts?
Like there is no sound, but I feel like there's a sound. Like it's like a boom. Like that.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to describe that.
That's okay.
Like this?
It's like that.
Okay.
It's exactly like that.
No, I do have that, and sometimes it'll be just, an arm or a leg that will do it. And I'm hoping that that's not like a precursor to restless leg syndrome or anything like that down the road.
If
'cause
you've
that,
seen-
I hear, is a nightmare.
Well, they have footage of people who experience it on a pretty chronic level, and they're literally kicking out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you sleep through that.
Have you guys, and I feel like we've talked about it on this show before, it's like an Irish folklore thing, like a Screaming Mary or
night
something
jig.
like that.
Oh, the Banshee?
Yeah.
What about it?
Oh my gosh. I can't describe this. Never mind. Let's just move past this part.
Do you start doing an Irish step dance in your sleep?
No, it's a Screaming Mary where like you'll just be like there like in your slumber, and then all of a sudden like it's like a
Wow.
You will hear it?
Yeah.
I was up all night with the Screaming Marys.
No, and you say it's Irish?
Yeah, everything's Irish, isn't it?
Okay. I don't know. The Legend of the Banshee. Nick pulled that up, but I think that's like a ghost.
Okay.
So. Yeah. That's one of the
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
It's a Screaming Banshee.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say everything's Irish?
Yeah.
Everything's Irish.
Everything's Irish. You guys know, right?
Yeah, and
You know.
even the
Okay.
Chinese.
We all need a nap, man.
Right?
All right.
I'm just heading down to the Great Wall.
I had another one, but I think we should just wrap it up right here. Yeah, that guy says it's time to stop. All right. Just Saying Institute. We're going to wrap it up here, but make sure you come by and visit the Kathy Romano
College of Lip Reading.
College of Lip Reading at the Just Saying Institute. All right. We're going to break. We'll come back in a second and some bizarre file stories. We will share those when we return, as well as get a winner for Secret Text Word. So if you haven't done that yet, text word secret to 39333. Tickets to see Third Eye Blind this summer, along with Yellow Card in Arizona. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, okay. So
And you might get a kick out of this,
Nick and
Buzzy. This
Casey
is a
and
thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, We will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot, know. So it's exactly that. And they're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzz, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of that's what, when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right, because
great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered, because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises, because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even. Yeah. And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our, like, Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quibbler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff, and she's a fan. And she I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those. You had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, you usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that. To be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be. Went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah.
You were?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
No way.
Big fans of
Bionics
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you
Wow.
go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting
Thank you.
continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream is the coolest on-the-go treat. You can head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Mini Melts standalone freezer and make it a Mini Melts moment. Mini Melts Ice Cream, but cooler. This is a really strange story. A man died after falling down a 130-foot deep hole that he dug under his kitchen floor after dreaming there was gold buried under his property.
There's got to be. I dreamt it.
This took place in Brazil. João Pimenta, 71 years old, lost his balance, plunged down the massive pit that he excavated, which ended up being as tall as a 12-story building. That's how far the guy fell.
There's no gold.
Neighbors told local media outlets that following a prophetic dream, Pimenta had become obsessed with the idea that there was gold buried beneath his kitchen floor, and he had spent over a year digging for the treasure. One neighbor, Arnaldo de Silva, said that he had tried to advise the elderly man against digging the dangerously deep hole, but the man insisted, convinced that he would reach gold if he continued his search.
Imagine his wife. Oh, he's in his hole.
Yeah. De Silva even said that in recent days his neighbor had spoken of finding dynamite to blow up a large rock that had been hindering the excavation.
And below his kitchen, he was sure.
Yeah. Extraordinary photos of the hole, which was around 35 inches in diameter, have circulated online as well as in Brazilian media. According to a neighbor, Pimenta would also pay others to help dig the hole, increasing the rate of pay as the chasm grew deeper. Most recently, he had paid others up to $500 to assist his efforts. Local police responded to his home Thursday after he had fallen, and the elderly man's body was taken to a medical center for an autopsy.
120 feet.
Found suffered from head injuries and broken legs as well as other fractures and was pronounced dead.
So what do you do if you're the realtor and you try to sell that house now? Here's the kitchen, and of course there's the hole.
130 feet deep. Crazy. This is funny. Chicago natives and tourists alike are flocking to a humble stretch of sidewalk dubbed the Chicago Rat Hole, where a rodent apparently fell from above to create a permanent indentation in the wet concrete more than a decade ago. The outline of it looks like a dead rat. It's awesome. So funny. The rat seems to have splatted on the concrete while it was still set, forever leaving a mark outside of 1918 West Roscoe Street in North Side Chicago's Roscoe Village neighborhood. Local comedian Winslow Dumaine posted a photo of the beloved hole, that was over the weekend, ushering in a new generation of devotees. The post was viewed more than 4.7 million times and prompted several commenters to leave selfies of their own recent visits to this thing.
We're looking at it. It's unbelievable.
At least one
Chicago! Chicago!
At least one pilgrim even left a small bouquet of flowers in remembrance of the long-deceased rodent. The imprint has existed for at least a decade, judging by an 11-year-old Reddit debate about its origin.
It looks like it was a belly flop onto the concrete.
Known as the Chicago Rat Hole.
Rats!
A man is in custody after he was reportedly found on the roof of an art gallery Sunday morning in Scottsdale. Harpreet Singh, who's 32, is accused of trying to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of artwork. Around 5:45 a.m., an employee arrived at American Fine Art after receiving a call from the alarm company. The employee noticed several pieces of artwork were missing from the walls and then heard someone in the office above the gallery talking on the phone. Police soon arrived and noticed a BMW sedan with a California license plate backed into an alley near the emergency access ladder leading to the roof. They then surrounded the building, located the suspect, and prevented him from escaping the roof. Zach Friedman, the owner of Change Clothes across the street, said people running across roofs like it's mission impossible. It was unbelievable. Not in 100 years would you think something like that would happen on this street. And after taking Singh into custody on the roof, documents show that officers found several pieces of artwork scattered not only on the roof of the gallery, but on the rooftops of neighboring businesses as well. It included works by Pablo Picasso and Andy Warhol. Dude wasn't messing around.
Yeah, no, you knew what to go for.
They also found clothing, including a face mask and gloves, as well as a small drill, a flashlight, and a glass-breaking tool. And Singh reportedly refused to speak with detectives after his arrest and his previous felony convictions in California. Park officials in Canada are urging drivers not to stop on highways to let moose lick the salt off of their cars. Parks Canada spokesperson.
This again.
Tracy McKay said allowing moose to lick road salt from cars causes them to lose their fear of roads and vehicles. Unfortunately, this kind of puts moose at risk of being injured or killed if they get hit by a vehicle. McKay said that an average of nearly 4 moose are killed in the area of Alberta's Jasper National Park each year when they wander out onto major roads. The park posted electronic road signs in 2020 with a message, "Don't let moose lick your car."
Did you guys see the footage? I don't remember if it was a moose or an elk. It was a giant animal that was being consumed by a bear in the middle of the street.
That I did not see,
There was a car catching the whole thing, and the bear's like tearing into it. And then I guess the bear, this is how strong they are. He just grabs it by his leg and drags it off the street like it was nothing.
I have not seen that. All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. And this is a cute one. I like this. A mouse in Wales was caught on camera working the night shift. Rodney Holbrook discovered his workbench looking surprisingly clean. So he set up a camera to see what was going on. And the mystery maid turned out to be a mouse who would put small objects into a box. Holbrook said, "I couldn't believe it when I saw that the mouse was tidying up. I don't bother to tidy up
Straightening
now.
up a little bit.
And as I know, he will see to it now." So apparently, he comes and moves things around.
I mean, if it's worth something to you, throw me a few bucks. I'd love to go see the Chicago rat.
Welsh Tidy Mouse has been on the job for about 2 months now.
That should be a product, Tidy Mouse.
Holbrook suspects the mouse uses the objects that he puts into the box to hide his food. And there you go. That's what
Looks like
happened.
the Green Mile.
God, you know what that made me think of, Steve? Old TV ad campaign. The Tidy Bowl Man.
Tidy Bowl Man.
Do you remember that?
I absolutely remember the Tidy Bowl
He
Man.
was a little captain who lived in your toilet.
toilet,
bowl.
yeah.
And he had a
It's
little
Tidy Bowl Man.
He had a little boat down there and
Yep,
everything.
yep.
Oh my God. All right. And now my mind is my mind is cascading. Now I'm thinking of little miniatures from TV commercials, like Little Sweet.
Yes, Little
like
Sweet.
The Tidy Bowl Man.
Tidy Bowl Man.
And do you remember the TV commercials for the dog food Chuck Wagon?
I used to love Chuck Wagon. It was an animated, a stop motion Chuck Wagon.
Yes.
It would run into the bag, and the dog would go sliding into the bag and be thrilled that the food was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to love that.
Oh
as
my
a
God.
kid.
Chuck Wagon.
It would come running around the corner, and then would go into the bag of food. So, oh my
There it
God.
is, Preston. The commercial's
Oh my
running.
God!
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Little stop motion.
Oh my
Chuck Wagon.
goodness, that's totally taking me back. Wow. Okay. All right. Anyhow, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that, but
Nostalgia.
my mind was wandering there. All right, so we are going to look for a secret text word number caller, and Kathy, who's it going to be?
8.
Call number 8 at 215-263 WMMR. If you know the secret text word, we have these concert tickets for you. Call now. We'll get a winner when we return, and then we'll have another contest. How about that? We'll be right back. Locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for
having
coming on
me.
this morning. We appreciate
Go
it.
Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. Trust the process.
Love it.
He knows it all. Calling, man. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh my God, that's great.
Terrific. He's
That
actually
is great.
from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to
in a
delete
while.
my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah, well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Katie.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it. Yeah. Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something that was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
And now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know.
You know,
change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Poots. Okay, we're gonna sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey, her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Oh.
Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her.
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the?
Oh yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in. She's in.
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable.
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogene Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogene Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when
That's
I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done
like
that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747. And most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on.
Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island. It's
you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a grade WNMR. Everything that rocks, of course, and pardon moi. 18 minutes after 10 on a Wednesday morning. Wednesdays, we have a secret text word prize. Today is no different than the others. And we were looking for a caller to give us that secret text word. Kathy called out number 8, and we go to that caller. It happens to be someone named Nick. Let's get Nick on the line. Hi there, Nick.
Hey, it's Delco Nick. I want to apologize to Casey about my comment earlier about his balls.
Hey, Delco Nick, it's all forgiven, man. Let's just never revisit this ever again.
I promise I'll never talk about it again.
All right. And one word gets you a prize. What is it?
Just like his balls, fresh.
Fresh! Yeah! Now we're talking. All right, Nick, hang on, buddy. Delco Nick. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see this band, Third Eye Blind. The Summer Gods Tour 2024. They are coming to town with Yellow Card in Arizona. Friday, July 12th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Complete details and other chances to enter and win tickets at WMMR.com. And our random texter who we grabbed as well is Sarah Vendelar from Croydon, Pennsylvania. So congratulations, Sarah. You'll get the tickets to see Third Eye Blind, Yellow Card in Arizona, Friday, July 12th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. So congratulations to you. All right, now we give something else away via the lesson question. And we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show. And you know what?
What?
We'll key off of Delco Nick there and ask you the question. You need to finish this. The new Preston and Steve show phrase is, I'm Delco.
There you go.
And you finish the rest. 215-263-WMMR. And I believe it was Nick that said it on the air earlier. So finish the new Preston and Steve show phrase. I'm Delco. And then there's something else. 2-word phrase comes after that. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center, trained for career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Visit GoCSB.com. That's GoCSB.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, a massive secret tunnel was discovered under a historic Jewish synagogue in New York City on Monday. Authorities say the tunnel leads to the Bat Mitzvah Cave.
Oh, my God.
47-year-old Joe Manganiello squiring his new girlfriend, Caitlin O'Connor, all over L.A. recently. The couple were last seen at the Heavens Gala in L.A., where Manganiello proudly proclaimed, quote, she's only 30.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Alex Rodriguez, revealing he lost 32 pounds as the result of a gum disease. A-Rod says the disease is known as Ozempic-vitis. That's your Hollywood Trash.
We'll look for a winner, and they need to answer this question. Finish the Preston and Steve show phrase, I'm Delco, and then you finish that. 215-263-WMMR. And we'll go to Jenna, see if she knows the answer. Hi there, Jenna.
Hi.
All right, Jenna, I'm Delco.
I'm sorry.
Yes. That is correct, Jenna. I'm Delco. I'm sorry. And with that, you're going to get to go to the auto show. The Philadelphia Auto Show is taking place PA Convention Center, and it's the 13th through the 21st. New cars, classics, customs, and everything in between. And you can come find what fuels you. Tickets on sale now at PhillyAutoShow.com. We'll get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! You're going to cry for a week.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center, trained for career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Visit GoCSB.com. That's GoCSB.com. I mentioned this in music news earlier this morning. Sinead O'Connor's cause of death has been disclosed 6 months after the Irish musician died at the age of 56. She was found unresponsive at her home in South London. She was pronounced dead at the scene, and no cause of death was given at the time. Local police said then that it was not being treated as suspicious, and yesterday the coroner shared that the Dublin-born O'Connor simply died of natural causes. And they did not go into any other detail than that.
It's a little confounding, but then it's what they're saying.
The spokesperson for the Southwark Coroner's Court said this is to confirm that Ms. O'Connor died of natural causes. The coroner has therefore ceased their involvement in her death.
So if you have any other questions, just blow it out your butthole.
The award winner was buried in Bray, County Wicklow in August in a ceremony that was attended by Irish officials, family, friends, and her fellow musicians. U2's Bono, Bob Geldof, and Irish President Michael D. Higgins were among the guests, with a procession passing by O'Connor's old home where thousands of fans lined the street. But it was simply natural causes.
Very
whatever
sad.
that means, yeah. The Rolling Stones live at the Wiltern is set to be released on March 8th.
Was this the show that Pierre was at?
No, it was recorded in Los Angeles during their Licks World Tour, which was one of the greatest box office successes in 2002. The
That's
Stones
right.
performed 117 shows, grossing over $300 million and performing over 80 songs spanning their entire career. 21 of those are included in this collection. Celebrities in the audience included Tom Petty, Neil Young, Sheryl Crow, Johnny Depp, Stephen Stills, and Eddie Murphy.
And Robert Hedges, who played Epstein on Welcome Back, Kotter.
He was there?
Yeah.
The 2 CD DVD will be available in collector's editions of black, gold, and an exclusive version available only on Amazon. Paul Stanley has created new original paintings and artwork, and he's going to show them at upcoming fine arts events. He is known for using bold colors in his artwork. And about that, he said, "To me, color is the representation of life. I view my life on its worst day as a miracle. I think life is amazing, and I represent it with color."
This one's a turkey, and this one's my house.
These special
smoke coming out of the chimney
events featuring the Kiss frontman will take place in Florida at the Wentworth Gallery on February 23rd and 24th. He'll be at the Boca Raton Town Center Mall location. We had him here when he was at King of Prussia Mall.
Yes, that's right.
Wentworth Gallery.
They do the same sort of shows.
Yeah. So
both he and Gene Simmons paint. Gene Simmons had a show as well. Yes, I believe that's it. My Dwayne, my friend, was out at a show in Vegas.
Okay.
And Simmons had a gallery.
Okay. Then a couple other quick things. On Super Bowl weekend, The Offspring will team up with Chris Lane to headline the Fremont Street Experience in downtown Vegas. The big event runs February 8th through the 11th, features 25 live performances and 150 hours of free entertainment.
I'd love to do that zip line that they have down the drag there. Have you ever done that?
No.
Yeah.
My cousin did it when we were out there doing the. We flew into Vegas and stayed there for the night when we were doing the Grand Canyon thing, and he got in there early and he did. He loved it.
That's awesome.
The Offspring will play on Saturday, February 10th, and Chris Lane.
Who the hell is Chris Lane?
On the 9th. I don't know. It says it on here. So
I know.
So I don't know. Nick will look that up and we'll try and.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
See if we can figure that out.
His hit song, I guess, is called "I Don't Know About You," which seems apropos
Very
for this
appropriate,
conversation.
Don't know about him. Thank you to Sarah Parker sending this information over to me. Philly Loves Bowie Week had kicked off last Friday, and there's still a bunch of ways that you can celebrate the Starman across our city. Just to remind you of his history, David Live was recorded at the Tower Theater in Upper Darby, and Young Americans was recorded at Sigma Sound Studios on 12th Street.
Wow.
And he also happened to perform in Philly on WMMR's 10th birthday, April 29th, 1978. That was at the Spectrum, and his run of shows there that year was released as a live album called Stage. It's been said that this was the first city in the United States where fans actually camped outside of the venues to buy tickets to his concerts. So,
did he do a commercial for Pat's Chili Dogs?
I don't know. You would think so. I mean, it was all the rage.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Philly Loves Bowie Week events will benefit the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And there's some stuff going on, like there's a karaoke event. It's called Bowie-oke at Milk Boy.
I like that.
Wednesday the 10th and on the 11th as well, I believe. And they have the Sigma Kids film screening, which is going to be at Philomoka. Which is a great documentary. There's an old Bowie Quizzo that's going to be at Doobie's Bar. So all these events you can find at WMMR.com. We have a full list of them. There's a whole bunch of them. I just touched on a couple.
Don't you love that this is a thing?
Yeah.
You know, especially with those benchmark moments in Bowie's life taking place in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. So WMMR.com, you can find out where these Bowie events are taking place. And then one last thing, Friday, New Music Friday. MMR has got new stuff, both on the same day. Black Keys and Black Crows have new music coming out on Friday. And it's an MMR double shot of debuts. So Jackie Bam Bam is going to premiere both songs as the clock strikes midnight on Thursday night going into Friday.
Cool.
So that's two solid bands with new music coming out.
That's twice the black.
On Friday, which is pretty cool. And they both have black as the first word in their names. How's about that? All right, and there you go. That's what I have in your music news report for today. We have one final break to take, which we're doing now. We'll come back in a second and wrap our program up with the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and we'll check in with Pierre and see what's happening. So, hang on. Oh, those fillers are in there, Casey. I'm going to hit this 3 times here. There we go. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10
health.
seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and...
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
And island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her?
Yes. She's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maude Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll. And
That was
you,
so
you
funny.
posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it. And then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me. A chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to. And the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that are determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is, because everyone makes you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him. He was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell him, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There are some, and there have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all,
Mary Jane's Last Dance, Preston and Steve show. It is 10:38 on this Wednesday morning. The craziness of yesterday has ended. We actually see breaks of sun as we speak. Today's high warmer than it has been the past couple days. About 51 is what we're going to go up to. Probably going to hit that, I don't know, this afternoon.
It was nice when I actually, after all the tumult yesterday, when I stepped out of the house this morning, I was like, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's because that front came through, and that's what made the whole thing kick up with the wind and rain and everything. And obviously there's flooding in areas. But tomorrow looks pretty good. Sunshine, 47. Clouds on Friday, 48. And, we'll see how the rest of this goes. But hopefully you're not dealing with too much. A lot of people are having some flooding issues, even here. Nick had some last night, and we had a bunch of calls in as well. Power failure and all kinds of...
Kathy learned to lip read?
Negative activities.
Hey, listen, I will say I did fine with the both of you in this room speaking, but
You did. Right.
Oprah, not so much.
By the way, Marissa made a nice list. We didn't have any guests on the show today, but she made a nice list of things that we learned today.
Oh, wow.
That we learned today. Yes, like... dust is partially made up of old skin particles.
Oh, yes. God.
We did learn that.
Why
It's
did she
mainly
remind us?
old skin particles. We found out Bucks County has a road named Aquatongue, by the way. And, yep. Princeton has a lover's lane.
Yes.
We found that out. Pea is yellow because of the enzyme bilirubin.
Yes.
And
Great sandwich.
Nick's mom lost her cell phone. Did we learn
Did she
that?
find it?
Yes.
Okay.
She found it?
No, we did learn that. No, she did not find it.
And
yes,
we also learned that lip reading is hard.
Yes, we did learn that.
We
All
did.
those things are actually valuable information.
Nick, doesn't she have Find My Phone?
Kathy, we're going to have to talk. After.
Okay, fine.
She needs so much tech support. Find My Phone it would be the last thing on her list.
Okay.
I had a session with my dad and Sheila, my stepmom, basically on the phone, and I'm like, I won't go
I feel
into
your pain.
Yeah,
Steve.
yeah, it was unbelievable.
My dad still has a flip phone.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it at that.
And he should. Just let him have it.
Yeah.
Hi, Pierre.
Why, hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's actually not bad out. It's kind of crisp, not too cold. A little bit of a wind blowing. But yesterday, the rain thing, you're just referencing it, Steve, and one of Chuck D'Amico's first acts as program director was something small, but it happened yesterday. And he was wandering around going, it's really pouring and it's going to get worse. I go, yeah, because I was Jimmy Page's birthday, so I put the Rain song in.
Right.
And I put Red Rain into a double shot of Peter Gabriel. He said, there's so many Rain songs. And he goes, we ought to do a 12-pack, which is Brent's feature, starting, I guess, about 4:20, 4:30 each day. And it's like an hour-long, commercial-free, 12-song sprint of great tunes. And it was just this simple idea, but spontaneous and just on the money. And what it did is it showed how cool radio can be. how adaptive radio can be, how radio keeps you company, how radio, local radio, live radio is so vital. Because Chuck went into Brent and he said, "What do you think?" I go, Brent says, "Oh my God, yes, I got an idea. I got an idea." And it was so effing cool. I listened to the entire thing.
Chuck mentioned it, and I love when that happens. I think most people do. It's like, as you said, it's like it removes the cookie cutter element and lets you improvise.
Well, it reminded me of when Bruce canceled those shows in August, and Kevin Gunn came up with the idea of, wait a minute, he's been releasing all his concerts. We have his show from last March. And that Friday night, we ran the entire concert. And I listened to it at the gymnasium, and it was like, holy blank, this is cool. These are small little moments. These aren't, we'll fly you to the moon and back contests. But these little tiny moments are what make this station so special. And you might miss them. They go by so quickly. But that Bruce moment back then, and Bill had come up with that, and Kevin had come up with that, was Kevin's idea mainly. And then this idea from Chuck yesterday that Brent took and carried, and he put all these people on the air, and they had these great rain songs, and he played these vintage IDs that we have for, driving away the rain, and it was just brilliant. Brent did an amazing job with it, and it was just spontaneous, magical MMR. It was only 12 songs long, but if you heard it, you got the essence in that little glimpse of what the station's all about.
Cool. So, are you going to play 12 crisp songs today?
I'm going to play 12 songs that have the name Preston in them.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, call in with your favorites, by the way, and let Pierre know what your favorite Preston.
Presbo. Yeah.
Presbo. Preston a Go-Go.
There's a song called De Preston.
Yeah.
Yeah, De Preston. And there was La Preston, and there is Preston's Leaving Town Tonight.
Right.
Also,
Preston Road.
Preston
Preston
Road.
Land.
The Love of Preston. The Many Loves of Preston. PrestonIsADrummer.com, and all these other amazing Preston tunes. I mean, if you guys have any more, by all means, let us know.
We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, we can spontaneously fly into Preston World.
Love it.
All right.
And Rhinestone Cowboy, just for the hell of it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
You bet.
Okay.
You got it, Buster.
Shall we do the letter of the day?
Yo.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
Y as in Yabba Dabba Doo.
All right, we are going to give away on Friday a Weekend with the Flyers, and that is a pair of lower-level tickets for the January 20th game against the Avalanche and January 21st game against the Senators. And you can get tickets for any Flyers game at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. We'll give that away on Friday. What's happening besides the Preston block today?
Well, the giant Preston block will be the bulk of the show. Actually, we're going to do the entire show, all Preston.
Oh, that's amazing.
This just in.
What an
ladies and
honor.
gentlemen.
What an honor.
Yeah.
Third Eye Blind, we had tickets for that yesterday, and I spaced out on giving them away. So I'll have two pairs today that you just gave away. We have for Donald Fagen's 76th birthday, a block of Steely Dan, which is always fun. Talk about depth and variety. We have Brent Smith of Shinedown having a birthday. We'll get into a block of that. And the great Rod Stewart has a birthday. So we got lots of cool music to play.
Awesome. Thanks, Pierre. And I will take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin' tomorrow, Thursday morning. This will be cool. Our friend Dov Davidoff,
Yes.
comedian, will be stopping by.
He's a new father now.
Oh, no kidding.
man.
Good for him. Excellent. We haven't seen him in a little while. So we'll have that and other things to get into the Clearwater Word and your chance to join spring training and a bunch of other things. That's it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow.